Thank you for joining us at Billy by Night. And before we get started, we're going to go over some trigger warnings that are possible that may happen during session. Any of these alarm or trigger you in any way, please you may call a yellow or a red or head up to decompression and one of our moderators will be with you as soon as they can. This session may contain and is not limited to body horror, mutilation, manipulation, gaslighting, use and abuse of discipline, raised voices, and possibility of violence leading up to and including final death, possible methods of torture, allusions to and mentions of starvation and religious extremes. These sessions may also allude to BDSM dynamics, allusions to abuse and domestic violence, blood bonds and all of the ickiness associated, body dysmorphia, and if any more further come up, we will address them before and alert the recording before bringing them. Now, to start the session, this is the first coterie session of the Trunk Fledglings, or as I like to affectionately call them, the Trunklings. But we are not starting with the overall coterie session. We are starting with an introduction. Another new Vendrew is coming into the city. And as you wake to this night in this new city, Percy, you wake as the sun sets on May the 11th.
Yeah.
You have been told that you have to be introduced to the prince alongside your sire in order to be able to hunt and facilitate yourself fully in this new city. What you've heard, the little that you've heard about it, sounds a little like a rebel. That could be interesting. I'm going to say you're waking up at Hunger 1 on this night. Rules we did are for the coterie session.
All right.
Which will be on a different day.
Oh, good.
So as you are rising from your day sleep, you're in a temporary but pretty nice place that you and your sire are currently sharing. And you will notice that he was also rising. But you are not immediately greeted by him. You are immediately greeted by a very long, very lanky horse dog. Kind of just sits at attention beside your bed, puts his head on your hand, and kind of just waits for you to wake up. His nose like twitching against your side, like he knows that you're waking up, but he's waiting for the signal that you are fully awake.
Percy will immediately, first things he does is immediately just start petting Melano. Just like, yes, good girl.
Her tail starts to wag, but she is very well trained, so she just accepts the pets, nuzzles into your hand, and then just starts to boop you and knows that you to get up.
I'm up. I'm getting up. Well, I'll feed you. Here.
She will follow you to where the food is.
Percy will give her food.
And as Percy is feeding Melano, Hades, you would come in see after getting dressed for the introduction. I imagine it takes a little bit to get that fancy, or maybe he's got it down to a science.
Oh, he's got this well practiced. He's been doing this for decades. He comes in very clean cut, well dressed, hoping but knowing in the darkest reaches of his unheart that Percy is not going to be dressed as such.
No, she's not. So kind of half put her hair up. So put in the effort to like kind of brush her hair and put it in like a half up style.
If I had not embraced you myself, I would swear that you are my broodmate's child.
But you did embrace me.
I did. Tonight you will go before the prince. I want you to
Sounds fun.
keep one thing in. I made you, and I can unmake you should you step out of line before him.
Of course. I won't shame you. I won't disgrace either of us.
Good. And leave your boys behind. We will not be taking weapons on Elysium.
So start to speak and then just kind of pout briefly and put her sword down.
Good. Come along.
Yes, sir.
And he will lead Percy down to a nondescript vehicle to head to the museum.
Okay. Now, Hades, have you been in this city before?
In passing, but never long.
Okay. So, would he have driven them himself, or would he have found someone that was a suitable driver?
He does
Used
not
for
drive
discretion.
himself.
Okay, got it. He ventured his way through this.
Is that some poor joke that I'm too rich to understand?
Uh-huh. So y'all are. So Hades has found y'all a driver for the night, and it's in a very nice luxury car that is not overly ostentatious. It doesn't stick out, and it's. Do either of you know much about cars?
I would say Haiti does.
Okay. Persephone, would you?
Probably not. But she's a Ritz, spoiled Ritz girl from New York. She probably doesn't.
Okay. Well, then I won't make y'all roll about it. It's a really nice car. The guy driving it seems almost military in the way that he goes about his business. And y'all are driven up, y'all are dropped off. He informs you that he will be back when he is called. And he very quickly drives away after making sure that y'all get to the door. And of course, he also is the one that opens the doors for you and makes sure you get out.
Good. And he's worth every penny I spent.
Melano will hop out with you, sniff at your hand, look around.
Percy will quickly make sure Melano is in a perfect heel, like dog quality heel.
Yeah, I imagine you are also putting a leash on her just for show in this case.
Probably, yeah.
Smart.
Just because we're out in public. We're out in public.
Makes sense. So, Hades, do you start leading both your child and her familiars inside? Or do you
Yes.
go just inside and have a quick talk with her, or you go over anything with her before y'all meet the prince directly?
We'll step inside, and it'll be a quick reminder: mind your decorum, speak with your pride, carry yourself with honor, and meet his eyes.
Easy enough. I can do all of this.
Good. And then we'll lead them down to where I believe word has risen that the throne room resides.
Okay. As you go up to the area, you would be meeting with a man that you have met with recently and have sent letters to, or exchanged letters with. You would have met as the primogen of the Ventru in the area and the praetor of the Philadelphia Board of Directors, Ansel Corky.
Ansel's about 6'4", 209 pounds, athletic, stocky in build, wearing a pinstripe suit, tailor-made, no labels. He'll watch the two of you approach, just kind of meet Hades stare first, acknowledge him with a nod, look over at Percy, pauses on Percy for a moment or two, and looks directly back at Hades with a slight cock to his head.
Meeting the praetor's gaze, returning the nod with almost a bit more of a bodily bow before an unnecessary heaving of the shoulders and a physical way of saying, I know.
Good
Praetor.
evening, Mr. Good evening, Mr. Artemis. It's a pleasure to finally get to see you in the flesh.
Pleasure to be here. And may I introduce my child, Persephone?
Percy will immediately kind of does her best imitation of Hades's vow. Good evening, Praetor.
Good evening to you, Miss Marinos. Glad to see that your trip was successful and uneventful. I hope that the temporary lodgings that you have found have been amenable to your taste.
Yes, quite.
They'll kind of look over to a set of doors. The prince and the court is on the other side of here. We'll be meeting with them in a moment here. Wanted to go over something rather quickly so that you are not alarmed. As I'm sure you're probably more than aware of, Mr. Artemis, our prince is Mithraean and is currently in the midst of a rather holy time for his faith. He is attempting to seek the spiritual enlightenment that comes with his faith. And you may note that he's a bit on that this is taxing. But he's still strong, noble, and fair. However, as any prince and man of authority, his patience is thin. I'd recommend that we proceed with the utmost of decorum. He is Ventru, and he is the eldest in the city, and should be treated as such.
We will tread with the lightest of decorum and mind not to test His Grace's patience.
I deeply appreciate that, Mr. Artemis. He will look over. You brought the famili with you, correct?
Yes.
You'll notice that the Praetor will look down at the familiae, kind of cock his head to the side. There's a very brief but soft smile that appears, and he will glance back up. Quick question, out of character for the prince. Are familiae allowed onto the grounds of Elysia or in the presence of the prince?
Familiae are permitted on the grounds of Elysium, provided it is not an Elysium function. But while they are on the grounds of Elysium, they are treated as an extension of their masters.
At this point, then, the Praetor will look and he'll say, all familiae and those that they are bonded to are allowed on the grounds of Elysia when we are not in Elysium. This is not an Elysium, this is just the introduction to the prince. So please keep that in mind in the future. But please note that while your familiae is with you and you are bonded to them, they are an extension of you. So I hope that your friend here, and he'll smile at the dog, is as well behaved as you are. And then,
Yes.
good. At that moment, the prince will go up to the door and will rap on it with his knuckle to basically announce his presence.
The one that would be answering the door would be the acting sheriff, Benny Sorokin, if she is available.
As long as I'm not muted.
I did.
Cool. So after he raps on the door, after the Praetor raps on the door, there's a moment, and then the door kind of just gets opened rather egregiously rapidly, and there is a wide smile that kind of is half genuine and half like, oh God, that guy. And she'll go, oh, hi, Primogen, Ansel. More new ones, huh?
Yes. Good evening to you, Sheriff Sorokin. The prince has been informed of their arrival, but is our prince available for this meeting?
And he will look over her shoulder at the prince and the seneschal, like, are you available?
Oh, the prince is very much available, and the seneschal standing behind him.
Okay. When he nods, Benny will go back, looks at me, and she'll step out of the doorway. And basically like, oh, come on in. Always nice to see fresh new faces around here. And is for Percy's sake, and Ink's sake, Betty wasn't around much. Betty is a 5'10", kind of mediumly stocky woman, short black hair, in all leather at the moment, and has a shirt that is slung over her shoulder, and the faintest hint of gold body glitter.
At this point, the Praetor Primogen of the Ventru will stride forward into the chamber, up to the respectable distance by which that he is allowed to approach the throne, and he will go into the deepest, courtliest bow that he can manage, and hold it there until his prince tells him that he may rise.
John will look over at Ansel and wait likely a beat longer than is normally appropriate, before giving a soft smile. You may rise, Primogen.
Rising up to his full height, Ansel's face is alight with a pleased smile. He will motion behind him. Your Grace, I have a new venture to introduce to you. Letters have already been put forward, so I will, we know of who exactly it is, but I will allow them to make their introductions on their own behalf here. And the Praetor will immediately step aside and let Hades and Persephone come forward.
Hades will step forward, just a minor step behind where the Praetor stood, his cane tapping on the polished marble floor, coming up before the prince and bowing at the waist. Your Grace. And as when John acknowledges, he rises to properly introduce himself. I am Hades Atremus, child of Angel Gael, child of Cyrus Alkelheim, child of Luna Octavia, child of Fortuna Aeneas, child of Datura, child of Lysander of Sparta, child of Artemis Orthia, child of Ventru.
A noble line, to be certain. You are welcomed into my court, Mr. Artemis. And his gaze will shift over to Persephone. And this is your child.
It is. May I introduce Persephone Marino?
His gaze will shift back over to Hades. I assume there must have been some miscommunication on your behalf. It seems the child is dressed more fitting for a night out on the town.
He grits his teeth. The child often takes after a broodmate of, and some lessons need to be repeated. And he does the very "I'm angry at you" look over the shoulder, but we'll deal with this when we get home.
Somebody's not getting McDonald's on the way home.
We have McDonald's at home, damn it.
There's a Bruhal like giggle from one corner that seems to make its way over to behind.
Step forward, child. I have some questions for you.
Right.
You step forward, Persephone.
Yes, sorry. My Discord had a moment to freeze me, so I quickly switched to my phone.
You're good. You're good. I figured that something might have happened, which is why I reinforced it.
Yes. Yes, Percy will step forward. And despite Hades' disapproving look, still, make her eye contact and so imitate his posture to the best of her ability.
The prince leans forward a bit, elbows pressed against the arms of the ornately carved mahogany throne. His hungry hazel eyes lock on yours. This man clearly has not affected the blush of life. His fangs distended, his skin as pale as the marble that surrounds him. Cheeks hollow, eyes sunken. I trust your sire has properly instructed you in the traditions. of our lives.
Yes, he has, Your Grace.
Then you should have no problem reciting them from the 6th to the 1st.
The sixth tradition is destruction. You will, I mean, give me- the sixth tradition is that of destruction. Thou art forbidden to destroy another of thy kind. The fifth tradition, hospitality, honor one another's domain. When thou comest to a foreign city, thou shalt present thyself to the one who ruleth there. The fourth tradition is the accounting. Those thou create are thine own childer. Until thy progeny shall be released, thou shalt command them in all things. The third tradition, the progeny, thou shalt sire another only with the permission of thine elder. The second tradition, the domain, thy domain is thine own concern. All others owe thee respect while in it. And the first tradition is the masquerade. Thou shalt not reveal thy nature to those not of the blood.
Good. Now for something a little more close to my heart. Are you familiar with our laws of decorum?
Ink does not remember.
Percy would be aware of the laws of decorum.
Yeah.
See where they were, but everything got rearranged. Homebrew.
Yeah, I got you.
Yes.
Up there it is.
Okay.
I am putting it in. Oh, it's our embedded chat. They don't know the laws of the coterie yet. As Persephone thinks about what the laws of decorum are, they are very easily confined. They're very easy to consolidate to what her sire taught her was important as far as the laws outside of masquerade.
And we can easily, if with ST discretion, we can easily hand wave that and say that Persephone has done a stellar job in reciting what Hades has taught her.
Mhm.
The prince will nod softly. Good. His gaze will shift back over to Hades. You've done well in raising this one. Perhaps we can forgive a slight lapse in choice of attire. I do not expect it to happen again. After all, I'm certain after a long trip, it takes time to assemble a proper wardrobe.
I assure you, my grace, what they lack in physical maintenance, they more than make up for in passion of the blood and loyalty to the tower.
Good. But I am satisfied. I grant you both hospitality in my city and what domain you may hold. Miss Marinos,
Yes.
a piece of advice from an old man who has danced this dance far too many times to count. Pay more heed to your sire's teachings. You may be surprised what lessons you can glean, even when he is not teaching them to you.
Of course, Your Grace. Thank you.
It is good of you to join us here in Philadelphia, and I believe Miss Marinos will fit right in with a group of fledglings I am putting together to handle certain tasks throughout the city. After all, I have found that childer that are given something to do tend to cause far less trouble in the domain they reside. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah.
That's for you, Hades.
Ryan's brain got wrapped around that one. Yes, you're great. We are more than happy to oblige the needs and desires of the true ruler of this city at your whim.
Just as polished as all good ventures should be. I will send for you when they are gathering, and he'll shift again to Persephone. Perhaps something without holes the next time you present yourself to me, Miss Marinos.
Yes, sir. Your Grace.
You may take your leave. Enjoy my hospitality and what peace you can find in this city.
Hades will bow once more to the prince, turn on his heels, and calmly but proudly stride back out of.
Percy will imitate his bow before doing the same and following her sire.
And Melano will also into a bow, kind of just getting down onto his knees and dipping its head down, or lifting its head back up and following Percy out very diligently, just like a half step behind her.
Primogen and Praetor will look to his prince and offer him the bow and deference that he is awarded to. Your Grace?
Praetor, I do so very much appreciate your service to this city.
I'm
You have
happy
my
to serve.
leave.
As he's about ready to step away, now that we have gotten ourselves quite a sizable boardroom, shall I call a meeting?
I believe we can. After all, there are matters pertaining to the clan that should be addressed.
I'll make the arrangements then, Your Grace. He'll nod, and then he will make his way out of the courtroom.
Okay. And as we wrap that scene, I'm going to say that we're going to take a 5. So I can go get some water. Don't burn the server down while I'm doing this. I can still hear y'all.
This break is being brought to you by Cane's Spicy Communion Juice. There's no better way to break the fast than with Cane's Spicy Communion Juice.
This break is also brought to you by Pentex. Pentex, we own everything.
Pentex, there is no escape.
Alternatively, Intex. What's the worst that could happen?
But only just.
This message brought to you by the Church of Set. Don't forget to bring your ponchos to the next church service. You may be in the splash zone.
This message brought to you by the ST team. Stop skill dumping your hunting pools.
My pool was really good. I just got really hungry.
Also, Kendall, the sheriff has a gift for the fledglings when they are done taking their oath. So I should be home by then. I'm almost there.
Absolutely.
Perfect.
If you'd like, the sheriff could always meet them as an escort to their coterie haven. If it makes sense.
Beautiful. I should. Yeah.
Awesome.
I should be home in 10 minutes or so. I'm just grabbing some food. So Cozen doesn't gnaw off a leg or an arm or something.
Yeah, been known to happen.
It's not supposed to be eaten. Why is it edible?
Brought to you by the Tremere.
This is your reminder that all fungus are eatable. It's just that some are only eatable once.
I thought they were pretty fun.
The Tremere are here to tell you that Solid had it coming. Thank you for your service.
Today we'd only eat the satchel if we wanted to leg up. Or leg down.
All y'all need to go back to level 5 where you belong.
Not a level 5. Level 4 at best.
Okay. Are my players back?
I'm present.
1, 2.
I'm here.
Count of 4.
Ink. Gonna assume Ink is still away. Back?
Yeah.
Cool. The sires are accounted for.
I am present.
Gavin's here.
My secret cap, I was always here.
Okay. Moon somewhere. Do we have our court officials?
The prince is present and accounted for.
Accounted.
Against as
I'm
well.
still working on being able to make the clicking sound with my actual mouth, but someday I'll get it.
Even you. Okay. With all of you back, let's get back into it. So, it's been a good few days for each of you. A lot less time for Percy, but that's okay. It is May the 13th. And you were all delivered a letter to your personal havens telling you to meet the seneschal. To meet the prince at the Philadelphia Fine Arts Museum in order to be put together into a coterie regarding some concerns going on and the like. Now, some of you, well, one of you, woke up feeling fine and was very successful on your hunt. The other three of you had some problems hunting. So, as y'all are coming in with your sires, because you weren't required to bring in your primogen for this, even though one of you, yes, Tekko, Cal is the only one.
The gangrel's the only one who didn't start messy.
I didn't
The
frenzy.
gangrel is the only one that remembered they could take half.
There's too many rules in this game.
Don't worry, I'm okay with you learning the hard way. But you're only allowed to take half on a hunting pool once per session. So I feel like that's fair. So, as y'all are coming in with your various sires, I'm going to go down each one of you to get a mental headspace on where you're at, considering the events that happened earlier that night. The invitation said to meet at the art museum at midnight, so you had plenty of time to get ready, dress, go hunt, do any necessary cleaning and coping with what happened, and then continue on with the night. But some of y'all are still a little shaken up by what happened. A lot of you are still fairly young, and dealing with your own beast can be complicated. It can feel alien, but it can also feel intimate. As it's a part of yourself that is new. Starting with our newest our fledglings, Madeline. You are currently in a car with Islington being driven down to the Fine Arts Museum. Where's your head at?
Well, I've only been embraced a few weeks, and this is all still really new and startling. And my beast kind of took over a little bit earlier, and I already have anxiety, and then I felt like I had even more anxiety, and now it's kind of fading away. But I gotta go meet the prince again and the seneschal. I haven't met the seneschal, and there's gonna be other people that I'm so nervous. Probably the only thing keeping her sane is that she's with Islington. Yeah, she's just this anxious, nervous ball and just does not want to be perceived, even though she knows she will be.
Cal, as our next youngest, you had a hunt. It was a pretty by-the-by hunt. You're pretty familiar with animals. Peanut tried to help you. Peanut is not very good at helping, but he tried, and that's what counts. Being a squirrel, he doesn't have much in the way of predator instincts. He's still learning those from you. Maybe once a couple of years pass, he might be. Sorry, Acorn. Acorn is still trying to learn.
I mean, Cal's in a great mood. He's like, I get to meet some cool new people. I'm gonna have some cool friends. He's dapping up his squirrel because the squirrel tried. So he's gonna treat a squirrel, dap him up, and then give him some food. Being like, here is a little treat. Thank you, buddy, for trying. We'll practice later.
Mm-hmm. Acorn would graciously accept the treats as a good job. You did the good job. You are a good predator. You are good at helping, and he will repeat the actions in the future.
He will remind them that we're going to go meet people. Please don't throw acorns at people. Please.
He says he will try.
Okay.
That is the best you're getting out of him.
That's the best I'm getting. Okay, cool. Bet.
Yes. And during this time between your initial meeting with the prince, and now, you would have learned that Moon had been given a position of being a deputy to the acting sheriff. And she is coming along with you to this meeting.
Cal's good with it. Be like, cool. I can actually talk to my siren. You not disappear on me.
There's just this kind of vibe after, if you say that out loud, of what a bet.
I swear, I can't wait to one day just throw you.
There's another look of almost challenging you for a minute, but you'll continue on. And then to Percy, our third youngest and second oldest. How are you feeling after that particular hunt went? And you weren't really able to catch your prey. You had to call in your herd.
Yes. He's rather frustrated at that, and trying to make the excuse that it's just because he's in a new city and he hasn't gotten the hang of that. But he's kind of just frustrated.
Makes sense. And for the oldest member of our coterie, who also had a strange hunt.
It was a wild ride.
It was a ride. But how is she feeling about it? Where's her head at?
She's not happy that she still needs help from the other two to find her acquired taste. And is a little annoyed about that, but she's a little pumped because she hasn't gotten a certain fix that she's needed in a while, and is kind of like amping herself up mentally about that. Like, oh, like it feels good to be back on this kind of like thing, and is kind of doing like the shaky leg, like excited but also anxious thing as they're driving in the car, trying to also not let the slit of her skirt reveal too much. And trying to maintain, like, proper poise.
Okay. And that reminds me of something. Percy, are you sticking with that outfit you put in, Yes?
I mean, if she needs to be more formal, if she can get away with being less formal, she'll change.
I would recommend you can wear pants, just ex-navel holes.
So change into something with less holes.
That's probably better. I imagine that they're still basically very tailored. Because I imagine even the ones that have holes in them were designed to have holes.
Yeah. She likes to dress like she's just came out of a thrift store, but it was a fancy, expensive thrift store.
Nordstrom Rack? Is it Nordstrom Rack?
Basically.
All right. All of you managed to congregate together around the same time. Because it feels like, well, while Moon is debatable of whether she knows what a clock or a watch looks like, and whether she will abide by the thing known as time, she seems to understand that these kind of meetings are supposed to happen fairly quickly, and that dragging them out by being late is not great. So she arrives moderately on time, and the rest of you seem to converge alongside your sires into the Illy Art Museum. You are escorted by retainers toward the back. And would the sheriff like to greet them?
Indeed. She's wearing yet a slightly different leather outfit than most of y'all saw her before it. But her smile seems a bit more genuine when she greets you. And to each fledgling, she presents a packet, which is a manila envelope, 8 by 11, not very fat, but squishes a bit. And I will get you the contents later, but she just gives those out and goes, it's good to see you all.
Oh, thank you.
Songbird will nod her head and be like, "Thank you, Sheriff," and put it in her purse. Do you want me to disarm before going to see Le Principe again?
Yes, disarming will be necessary, and not just your wits.
Then you might want to take my purse today. And she'll open her purse, pull out the gold gilded Tommy gun, pull out the bullets, dump the bullets in the bag, put the gun in, and then out of her boob pocket, pull out her pistol, take out the bullets, and drop that in the bag, and hand that over to a retainer to take her weapons away.
There will be a retainer standing nearby Benny, who, as they are taking your weapons away, they are neatly putting them into separate boxes, like cloth boxes, and moving that very easily. They will go to each of you if you have any and ask for your weapons if you have them on yourself. You put them in the box. This includes it. They will go on to say that this includes guns, knives, any ritual stabby things, or any concealed weapons of any other sort that you might be carrying, and they will also approach your sires in this regard.
Maddie can't hide her look of horror that this is like a thing. Like, girl cannot conceive that this is normal.
Percy, do you hand over your weapons?
Yes, they will. A bit reluctantly, but he will.
Okay. Cal, do you have any weapons on your person?
He has no weapons on himself.
Does
I
Islington
guess
put anything in the... Sorry, go ahead, Cal.
he just hands over Acorn. He just says, and because Acorn is always on his shoulder, and he looks Acorn, "Hey, buddy, go explore outside. I swear, stop stealing things."
You get a defiant chitter.
Go have fun, buddy.
He does not confirm whether he will stop stealing things. In fact, he feels more emboldened to steal more things now that you've told him not to.
Yeah. Cal will lean down and put his hand on the ground to allow Acorn to jump off.
He'll jump off and he'll skitter out. Before he leaves, he will tell you to say hi to the nice with the arms.
What? I have so many questions that I don't want answered.
Okay. Islington, do you have any weapons that you would be putting into the cloth boxes as a retainer, would you?
He would put his messenger bag in there.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't itemize any weapons. He just puts the messenger bag in.
Okay. You would be reassured it will be returned to you once your meeting with the prince is over.
Oh, of course. Very good. Very good.
Gavin, are there any weapons that you put in your box?
Much like his Sweetums, it's like disarming Germany. He basically pulls out almost as many weapons as she does, if not more. Plus also hands over a rather large leather duffel bag. And then basically will pat himself down, and then he'll give a thumbs up that he is good.
There's a feral smile of appreciation on the sheriff's face as Germany and its allies disarm in front of her.
Excellent, excellent. Your things would be moved into a larger box considering the amount of weapons that you have given this retainer. And you would be given a mildly confused look as to why you're carrying this much. But they will move on to Hades. Hades, do you have any weapons that would be put in this box?
Absolutely not. What kind of venture do you take me for? My broodmate?
I don't know, your child brought weapons to Alicia.
Yeah, they did. They're still learning. That's why they're still under attack.
Mm-hmm. So now that everyone is properly disarmed and the weapons are tucked away into basically like a closet of a safe room, does the sheriff peek in to see if Prince is ready to meet with these fledglings that they have that he sent for?
Yes, Betty will pop her head in, and there's this broad, mischievous smile, like something she has done something, but there's no noise or anything coming from the outside. So clearly, whatever it is hasn't gone off yet. But she'll just kind of cock her head at the both of them, like, "You ready for this?" It's to the prince and the official.
The prince is, in fact, ready. This evening is a special occasion. The prince has actually blushed.
She'll take that as an affirmative, and
That y'all are able to sleep in, like with like kind of cots on them. There's like a nightstand, but they're not really meant for like comfort. Like going into torpor doesn't require comfort. But it seems secure enough. Like it obviously could do with some work, but the bones are very good. And she would invite the sires to take a look around to their own assessments of the place. as she is approaching the wide table there to put down some papers that she has gathered on the location, or basically what she has printed out. And set it down. Yeah. So what do the four of you do as you look around your new coterie even?
Yeah, Kyle's is gonna kind of offer his hand to the other corners. Calvin, but you guys can just call me Cal.
I'm Madeline, but Maddie's fine too. Either way, I don't care. One.
Songbird will look to Gavin as if to ask, do I give them my mask name or my true name? But I believe he has stepped away. Well, the name I use, or the kind, is Louise Peters. When I'm out on a job, though, I go by Songbird. But my name is Luisa Polene. And you would hear a very thick Sicilian Italian accent as soon as she says her true name.
Well, it's nice to meet you. And you? As he motions to Percy.
I'm Persephone Marinos, but most call me Percy. So kind of give a bit of a sharp eye at the other three, because she does not want anyone else calling her Persephone.
Oh, so Percy it is.
And this is Melano, of course, so indicate, so gently pet Melano.
Oh, may I pet your dog?
So kind of glance briefly at Hades, but shrug, and that's fine.
Kyle's gonna come over.
It's
Hey,
a
how's
very
over?
new dog.
Okay. Yeah.
Just
Yeah. Yeah. Cal would go over, laying down, and stops for whispers on, "Hey, buddy, how are you?"
I'm sorry, who are you talking to?
The dog.
Oh, okay. Melano will kind of look up at you, Cal. I am quite fine, thank you. Then look up at Percy.
Oh my god. They're so proper and adorable.
For Songbird and Maddie, you would just hear and for Persephone, because you didn't really recognize that this was a thing that could happen.
Yeah, no.
Cal has started barking. And it's just like this very soft kind of barking, like almost mimicking Melano's.
Are you communicating with the dog?
I'll switch back. Yeah, I can speak to animals, and they can speak back to me. This dog is so proper.
That's really neat.
That is so cool.
Percy is just kind of staring in a, that's a thing kind of look.
Yeah. As long as I, rouse my blood, I can speak to any animal. Any animal can speak to me. Is anything you want me to ask your dog, like specifically?
I'll let you know.
I could be a
She's still
translator if you need.
She's still very clearly processing this information.
Oh, and this is my buddy Acorn, and points to the squirrel on his shoulder.
He is no longer on your shoulder. He has run down the side of your arm and has gone searching throughout the room, and he is pulling out the thing that was in his mouth, and you could hear like the metal clattering as it kind of goes skidding along the floor to somewhere else.
Never mind. That was Acorn. Don't know where he went.
This is a weird place. It smells funny.
Oh, why does it? Now he's saying it smells funny.
Can I use heightened senses to check out the place?
Sure. Usually, I will say that heightened senses are usually active because they are a
Mhm.
passive thing.
Yeah.
Until but you can do me a wits and awareness with your Auspex rating added. Please roll that in the bot, please.
Do you want it in the fledgling dice rolls? Do you want it in beta?
Beta, please.
Okay. Wits and awareness is 6 plus 2 aspects, so that is 8.
Mhm.
Tab, hunger, 1.
There is no difficulty. Just very nice.
Wow.
Woo!
Getting all the good dice rolls out of the way before y'all actually go do stuff. I love it. As you are looking around this coterie haven, it seems to be very basically set up. Like there's some things that are there. It is like very bare bones. You've never been in a coterie haven before, but you've been in a very well-formed and well-outfitted library because you've been in a Tremere chantry. So you know what a good security system looks like. You know what a good library looks like. You know what good warding looks like. You also have an idea of how places are able to be like really subsumed and controlled by Kindred in that form. The Chantry is a very good example of what a really good coterie haven would look like.
Well, all the Tremere live there together.
Oh yeah, because it is an investment. It is something that they have had to build up together in order to survive together. And that is basically what y'all are going to be doing here. You will notice that there is a decent library that has already been set up here. If you go and look over at it, you'll notice that it is primarily involving linguistics. It is an academics library for translating and various languages and learning other languages. You will see that on the pinboard there's been a contact that has been listed on there that has already been linked to your shadow that has been given to this coterie. It is someone that is from the Philly Harbor that y'all would be able to use and reach out to if you required something that they would be able to give you. There is a it seems like one of the Venture's sires has already set up basically like a bank account for y'all to be able to access communally and build up on. Mechanically wise, Rosemary has set you up with 1 resources. You will be able to build that up as you go along.
Best sire.
And as y'all are looking around, you can see Islington is kind of measuring out the area because you know that he is already like mentally getting prepared and looking around for how he is going to place the warding in your haven for your safety. He's of course not going to do it with all of these people here because that's not a good idea.
Was there any weird smell like the squirrel was saying, or was the squirrel just saying stuff apparently?
Oh, it just smells like stale dirt.
Okay.
That's probably what the squirrel was talking about. 'Cause the squirrel's used to being outside with fresh dirt.
Okay. Madeline kind of... Oh, sorry, is that it?
Yeah, it's a thing of, with storage of old objects, They can have a little bit of an odd stale smell to them, especially like paper.
Oh yeah. So Madeline tilts her head slightly and just kind of seems to zone out for a little bit. Just a few brief seconds before she comes back to it. I think your squirrel's just referring to the fact that we're deep in the depths of a museum where they would have less air filtration and it's a lot more steel down here to preserve artifacts. So that's probably what the squirrel means. But this will be a good coterie haven. If the wards are up, I'll feel a little more secure. But yeah, this is good. Right? Yeah. And then she suddenly was talking a lot and shrinks back down again.
You are one nervous Nancy. You know you're good with us, right?
You
At least
don't
with
have
me.
Yeah, I don't mind if you go into rambling. I'm used to hearing people ramble. I kind of like it, actually.
I just always shy.
And as Songbird's walking around, you would notice that she's not deterred by the fact that there's, like, this place is basically bare bones and it's not a luxury place. That actually almost seems a little bit more comforting to her than if it was more luxury. Did we want to settle who was going to take which rooms?
Ladies first. You guys can pick cots and I'll pick whatever's left.
All of the little apartment like areas are well, they're basically like closets or otherwise refitted restoration rooms. So they're slightly bigger than closets. They've been fitted out with cots and a nightstand and a place to, like a drawer underneath the cot, to store extra pairs of clothes. And seems like it has also been like outfitted with tape. Each of you has a fairly well-whittled stake beneath it. And they're all about the same size and shape. They're just lined up near each other.
I don't have a preference. Is anyone?
I don't have a preference either. I actually don't mind taking the smallest if that works for everyone.
Yeah, if you guys don't mind, if the biggest one is available, I am 6 foot and very big. So,
Yeah, you are really tall.
Only 4 inches taller than me.
Well, I'm also wearing heels, so.
Yeah, you guys will notice his eyes are definitely different colors, and his right eye is the same exact color as his sire's eye. The other eye is a Hazel's.
Yeah, Percy will probably just wrinkle her nose at the size of the rooms and just kind of shrug and let Melano sniff around and let her pick the one she seems most comfortable in.
All right, it looks like we guys and everything. Do we want to talk about what we all can do, just in case anything does happen on our adventures, or whatever?
I think that's a good idea.
That's like a good idea.
Yes, that does sound quite smart. You would hear Natasha walking up to the 4 of you. Since I will be accompanying you, I think I should probably include myself on this sharing of gifts.
Miss Natasha, what would you prefer us to call you?
Natasha's fine. Miss King can be a formality if we are out doing court business. She kind of just gives a little wave to basically gesture to what they had just been doing. But Natasha's fine. I'm also okay with any nicknames. I am not an incredibly formal person when we are not doing formal things.
Nicknames in private, or without more official stuff, regular names.
Essentially.
I like giving it names, but my nicknames take a while.
She will give a warm smile at that. Interesting. Well, I am of Clan Toreador. I have the gifts of my clan and a couple of ones outside of it because I've been around for a little while. I am rather fast. I can make people forget things. And I can draw attention.
Just blinks.
I
But
will.
you already. Wait, is that a power?
What?
The drawing eye things. You already do that. That's a power?
Oh. She will activate her awe for just a moment. And you will feel something very briefly pull at your mind to focus on her. It's very emotionally driven. Like you want to be able to stare at her. That is what you want to do right now, but it doesn't feel like outright push to do what she wants. It feels like a nudge, not a push. And she'll deactivate it just as quickly. And like that.
Oh. So I'm guessing there's a lot of powers out there?
Yes.
There's a lot. They're very fascinating to see which clans have which and how people use them in different ways.
Indeed it is, Miss Clark. There's a warm smile at that. The powers of which we are gifted through the blood are very interesting to learn about. And that is one of the things we will likely be studying as a group together so that you are all aware of what is around you. I'm sure you are more aware than most, Miss Clark, so I would likely ask for your assistance in teaching these things.
Certainly, ma'am. I can do that.
Excellent. But yes. So are the four of you aware of what you're capable of?
I'm aware of some of the stuff. I haven't gotten all the powers that my clan can possess.
Some stuff.
Some power to myself that I've already seen. One of them is I can talk to animals.
Yes, I was wondering what that barking was. There's an amused smile.
Yeah, I kind of have to. In order to actually talk to them, I actually have to mimic their sounds. If you see me talking to know where they are, my squirrel, I will sound like a squirrel. And I also can do this, and his eyes will go red.
Ah, you can see in the dark.
Yes, I can. And scare people, because I don't usually use it to scare people. He turns it off.
Yes, you should be careful of using that in front of people that are not like us.
Cal pulls out glasses. Yeah, I was told to get these. Whenever I want to use it, I put on these glasses.
Your sire has taught you well in that regard.
Yeah, she taught me a lot. Mostly by kicking my butt, but you know.
There's kind of a grimace. Well, every sire has their methods.
Yeah, and my last trick I really don't want to show, because that means that I'm fighting for my life. So let's hope I never have to use it.
She'll give a sympathetic nod at that. And then she will look to you, Maddie, and she's expecting you to tell the group what you're capable of. Or whatever you're comfortable speaking of what you're capable of.
I'm very perceptive. I can also see in the dark, though my eyes turn red. I can have really good hearing and a stronger sense of smell, and I can also see things that aren't there, like wards or ghosts or things, or people obfuscated. I can mess with someone's memory a little bit, and she gets slightly uncomfortable, but her shoulders do go back as she says this because she's a little bit proud of this, even though she knows that like most of Kindred don't like this. I, as a Tremere, obviously I have access to our blood magic, and I've been learning from my sire a little bit of that. And non-discipline wise, I'm a very skilled researcher. I'm fluent in 4 languages, and yeah, history's my jam.
You get another polite smile, and it warms up a bit as you start talking more about history and linguistics. And I'm sure you will enjoy the library Mr. Artemis has so generously donated to your coterie.
Oh, I'm very excited.
And she will look to Louise.
Oh, well, powers-wise, similar to Miss Natasha, I'm really good at, getting people to pay attention to me. However, I don't do it through sight. And she'll look to Natasha as if to ask for permission to demonstrate.
There will be a cautious nod.
And she'll start, like, singing Fly Me to the Moon as she activates Awe and Melopomene. Melopomene, however you pronounce it.
Mhm.
And she's purposely not looking at anyone in the eye.
Okay. As she starts to sing, her voice carries throughout the room. It carries the air of her presence, and it calls attention of all of the sires to the little cluster gathering of fledglings where they have gathered to speak with each other. And it draws their attention. Like, I'm sure the ones with fortitude and the ones with impressive resistance pools are already able to just snap out of it and would be able to outroll it very easily. So I'll say if you have those like impressive resistance pools, I'll just say that you weren't affected by the presence, but you are aware it's happening.
And then once the point has been made, she'll instantly drop it and go back to making eye contact with everyone. I'm also a little bit more physically durable. It takes a little bit more to damage me, so to say. And then, non-power-wise, well, I'm really good with guns. I'm an okay driver, even though my sires don't prefer my driving because it can get a little reckless. And
You're from Chicago, right?
yes, ma'am.
Your driving makes sense.
Of course. And Well, I also perform, so well, that explains the singing.
A really nice voice.
Thank you. I'll try not to be a distraction when we're all gathered here. I know it can get distracting sometimes when I practice.
We can probably invest in some soundproofing of some of the particular areas. Maybe build out a room of soundproofs that you're able to practice in. Possibility.
Oh, you don't need to make an extra room for that.
Well, this is your coterie haven. This is what you can build it into. It's for the four of you. What is here now is what has been given to you, but it is yours. Okay? And she will look to Percy expectantly.
Percy will straighten up a little bit. Well, I am also rather tough, and as Songbird has said, difficult to hurt. A little more physically durable. Obviously, I also have Melano here. She's very well trained, both as a hunting dog and tracking dog. I can mess with people's memory and somewhat control them with eye contact. And not non-power wise, I am also very good at investigation, specifically profiling and tracking people down.
It could be very useful for the future.
Yeah. I never said what I was good at non-power wise. I should probably do that.
Go ahead.
The woods are my home, kind of thing. So if we need to track anyone through woods and stuff like that, that's my thing. Also really good with animals, and pretty good at seeing things. Oh, and punching, committing a punch something. I'd rather not have to punch things.
I can't promise that we won't get into situations where things may not need to be punched, but I will do my best to keep all of you in the safe enough situations where you do not have to punch things.
Cool. I mean, like, I don't mind punching things. That's not my first go-to thing. If it, dissolves to it, I won't hesitate.
Yes, well, a girl can try.
I appreciate that.
She will go and get the paper that has the address for the cemetery on it, and kind of hold it up. I've got some Google Street View pictures of the place pulled up. It seems like a fairly normal cemetery, but then again, can't see much what's specialized through pictures. It doesn't seem to be occupied at the moment. The cemetery is usually closed at this time in the morning. So, would the four of you like to join me in looking into this place?
Yeah.
Say we're mostly doing an overview rather than intense exploratory, but if it leads us to intense exploratory, I'm sure all of you are smart enough to identify things.
Yeah. Is there a particular reason we're doing this investigation, or is it just in general?
It is Natasha will give a very soft sigh. This city is rebuilding. It has scars and it has wounds. And we have to go find these scars and the wounds and tend to them and bring the beauty back to them. We are looking for these things if they turn out to be a little too dangerous for kindred of your age. Then we have identified a scar, then we have identified a wound, and we will make sure a good group of people are able to come in and restore it properly. Or if we are capable of doing it, we will safely restore it within all means that we can. Because this city deserves to heal. And who better to heal a city than the young and the capable? You see, Prince Sexton is a strange man. But he has always believed in the power of the young. Which is why he has put his faith in me and in his faith in you in order to help with this restoration.
Well, if we're gonna do it tonight, I think we should go. We're losing not daylight. We're losing moonlight.
It's apt.
I'm down.
And Natasha will look out to the sires that are still in the room. I will allow you to stay in the Coterie Haven. In the meantime, I'm sure you know your way out. Once you have made your assessments of of this place and what you would like, and that sort of thing, we are going to go and start investigating our current problem.
Very good. I will discuss with you at a later time the arrangements for me to come and do the boarding. Obviously, you should be present just for, honesty's sake and as such. I will wait in the vehicle. I have sufficient reading to keep me entertained until you get back. If you need assistance, call us.
Yes, sir.
Natasha will give a nod.
Good. Good luck.
She will look over to Gavin.
Yeah, Gavin's been kind of just wandering around, listening, and just kind of checking out the place. But once he's addressed, he'll just kind of nod and he'll say, I'll stick around. Wait for all of you to get back. And then if you need anything, just let me know. I already left some contact information for you for some people that you can reach out to at the harbor in case you need anything from down there. But otherwise, I think you're all in good hands.
And then she would look to Hades.
Hades has been inspecting everything, including the transportation of the library. Some things have gained a thoughtful nod. Other things, a bit of a furrow of the brow. But overall, he comes and nods. Well, trust that they are in good hands. Now dips his head, looks over at Percy, then back to Natasha. Hopefully, They do well under your tutelage.
Percy straightens up a little at that and will make eye contact with him when he looks at her.
Okay. And last but not least, Natasha will look out over at Moon, who has been looking around at the ceiling and the ventilation and just trying to get an assessment of the security system of this place, and just kind of sucking on her teeth and looking around. There's a mild look of disapproval, which is like, it'll get better. She'll just meet Natasha's gaze head on, give a mildly respectful nod, and Natasha will nod back at her. Well, you may remain here until we get back, or I can, if you do not remain here, I will send your childer back in vehicles, or I can drive them back myself. And with that, Natasha will kind of usher all the fledglings out of the Coterie Haven toward up the various stairwells.
Goodbye, Miss Drisington. And she just kind of awkwardly waves her stairs to be pushed down.
We'll smile at her. Just not.
I'll see you. See you and Rosie. And as she says Rosie, she'll correct herself. Rosemary back at the pub cabin.
Yeah, absolutely.
And she will bow her head and follow Natasha out. And the fledglings would all hear her kind of like muttering the song she was humming to herself to get into the haven now and reverse back out.
Is that a memory recollection device you use?
Oh, yeah, it helps me remember things a lot easier to put it to a tune.
Yeah, it's a psychological thing.
I can make it a mental thing if it's too distracting, like I said earlier.
No. I was just confirming that's what you were doing. It's a psychological thing that songs help everyone's memory. Actually, I was just curious if that was something we're doing.
Yeah. It's hard for me to remember things sometimes, so I just put them to tunes.
Nothing wrong with that.
And as the four of you are led up, you would be getting to it's a nicely sized SUV. It's like probably black, very neutral, very easy to blend in. It's got a decent amount of seats. It's got enough for the four of you and herself. But it seems like it has good trunk space. And as do the four of you have any conversations in the car as Natasha is driving you?
So, you all just moved here too?
Yeah, not even 2-3 weeks ago.
Got here about a week ago. So, not that long ago. Very recently.
I haven't been here too long. This is my first time in Pennsylvania, actually.
What about you, Maddie?
I just got here about a week ago as well. Came with my sire.
So we're all new arrivals. I mean, so it looks like we can all get to know the city pretty well together.
Yeah, it seems it needs a lot of rebuilding. probably part of why our sires and us are here. Not that that's exactly why my sire and I are here.
That's fair. Just here to, figure out what's gone on in the society and all that stuff.
Oh, is this your first introduction to Kindred Society?
Yes and no.
I'm confused.
First time talking to different people of clans, I talked to my own clan more. You guys have any hobbies other than song amazing singing?
You don't have to call me that. That's just my name when I'm out on a job. Like I
Do
said
you
earlier.
prefer? You prefer Louise?
Louise is fine. Louisa, that's my birth name. I'm okay with nicknames. I don't mind them.
I gotta think of a nickname for you then. What do you guys? Any hobby?
Lots of reading.
What's your
Fencing.
favorite book?
Oh, that's a tough one. Probably Homer's Iliad.
Book. I'm not like a real passionate reader, but I read here and there. You said fencing, Percy?
Fencing.
Do you mind if we fence one day? Because I learned how to do it. I haven't done it in years, but
Percy's eyes will light up, but still very calm and collectedly. But of course.
I think that'll be fun. I haven't picked up a rapier, I don't know, years, but back in college I had a brief stint. I was on a fencing team. I didn't really compete, but it was fun.
I have been fencing for 3 years, even before I became like one of our kind.
Oh, so you're gonna destroy me? Good to know.
What were you studying, Cal?
Forestry. Mostly about how to take care of forests, put out forest fires. Kind of the different kind of trees that are there. Which trees are more sturdy? Just a lot of stuff about nature. Some more nature, environmental science, stuff like that.
Very important stuff.
I've always, grew up near forests, so my thing.
They're very peaceful.
They are also a really good place to read.
Oh, absolutely. You hear those birds flying by as you're sitting against a tree or in a tree.
Yeah, that's kind of how I met this one. It points to wherever Acorn is.
Acorn is riding shotgun.
We're all in the back, and Acorn has the full front seat. That's how I envisioned it.
Yeah, one of you, probably Percy, tried to get into the front seat, and you just got chittered at aggressively by a black squirrel that refused to move.
Percy just like glancing, side-eyeing Melano, like, if that squirrel was not a Famulus, you would have a snack.
Oh, that's really fun. Do you have any hobbies, Louise? Louise, you never told us what your preferred name is.
Either one, whichever you guys prefer, truthfully. Well, I guess one of my jobs was my hobby for a while, singing. I sung in a lounge, a cabaret club, back in Chicago.
So do you mostly sing like jazz songs, or do you sing other type songs?
Well, for the act, I did a lot of jazz and ragtime songs. If you know the group Postmodern Jukebox, kind of that type of style. I've also sung songs from back when jazz was created and that time period. My sires, they both really like when I sing those songs.
That's dope. Is like jazz your favorite genre, or do you have other genres you really like?
It's one
Your
I
favorite
enjoy.
song?
Yeah, I have a favorite song, but it's not my favorite because of the song itself. It's because of well, you're familiar with cover artists, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I like it because every artist that has covered the song has picked verses that meant something to them and made the song more meaningful to them. If Katie can spell it, because I can't remember the original artist's name. There we go. So, are you familiar with the song Hallelujah? Yeah, I would say that's my favorite. And I don't have a favorite version, though. Because like I said, every artist that I've heard that has covered it makes it very meaningful to themselves. And you can really hear that in the song.
I think that's wonderful.
That's really cool.
And as y'all are talking and getting to know each other a little more, you would be pulling up to the... What was the cemetery called again, Einar?
It is the Asbury Episcopal Methodist Cemetery.
The Asbury Episcopal Methodist Cemetery. You would see a church nearby, and you would also see the cemetery that is right near it. I can't currently find pictures because it is sending me to the wrong one on Google. So we're going to use our imaginations. Woo!
Here,
But as you
Miss
are...
Natasha, what?
Natasha will park and look back at you. Yes?
How do we go about the investigation? Do you lead us through it?
We will assess the area, take a look around. Apparently there's been some... I think the young term for it is weird vibes. There is some things that have been... odd occurrences that have been happening around here. And what I understand, they're borderline masquerade reaching. But they aren't... They don't seem overtly dangerous from what I've read. But also, no one's gotten close enough look at it yet, so we're going to get a look around, have our own investigation. If we can, we'll bring back evidence. If not, we will take pictures. And if anything needs to be covered or destroyed, that is something we will have to do. And that is something that I can handle. Because destroying things that with us is there are some things that only fire can do. But and she will hand out like these basically the wind up cameras that you get from drugstores.
The disposable cameras?
Yes. They are masquerade safe. I have someone that can develop these. And she will hand each of you one. I do not recommend using your phone for these pictures. I know quite a few of you have higher tech phones, and those are great, and they're very good, and you should not get rid of them. But some of the things you may be seeing tonight are not the safest on your phone, and not the most secure there. Make sure to use flash. It is dark. And as you get out, I would like everyone to roll wits and awareness.
Can I add my aspects?
Yes, you may.
Do you want that in beta as well, or do you want that in the fledgling dice roller?
Beta, please.
I'm gonna put on the glasses and do turn on the eyes of the beast.
Okay.
Or how to use but let's
All right. It is so sad of a roll.
It's okay. That's a good roll.
That's a nice pool, though.
Yeah, I'm not going to spend willpower, though, because I don't want to risk a messy. No, Fennec!
Percy is at hunger too, right?
Yes. Percy and
Songbird.
Yes, Percy and Songbird are both at hunger too.
That is my usual luck with wits and awareness rolls.
Poor Ink.
Maybe I should have blood surge.
Songbird still rolled better than you.
This is legit her worst pool.
And it is not. Okay. Percy, as you are looking around, your attention is immediately caught by Melano, who is has decided to start investigating herself, and she is basically nose deep in a ditch. It is kind of worming underneath, it looks like there is a ditch that goes underneath like a driveway, and she's just sniffing really aggressively at something, and your attention is completely on her, so you probably have just gone after her to get her out of what she has decided to look at.
Yeah.
So you don't notice anything about the area.
Yeah. No.
Songbird, as you are looking around, you see that there is some overgrowth in the cemetery. This isn't unusual because it's an slightly older cemetery, and horror churches, as you are more familiar with, aren't able to afford the upkeep for their graves, like a lot of them are. Maddie, as you are looking around, your attention is also caught by the overgrowth. But something seems strange about it. In fact, it triggers your sense the unseen. There seems to be something like an aura that is given off for it, and you kind of recognize it to it.
It's
You
like,
can't quite say what it is.
oh, okay.
Calvin, your vision immediately goes black and white. You see everything extremely clearly as you activate your eyes of the beast, and you start to look around in the cemetery and the church that is nearby it. You will see some of the graves are a little chipped and not as well taken care of. You will notice the overgrowth, and you will see that something seems to be moving in the overgrowth.
Oh, is it like a? Can I tell what it is, or is it just something is moving?
If something is moving, you will have to go and look at it.
Okay. Kyle will point out. Something's moving in the overgrowth.
And I see an aura on the overgrowth. I can't tell what aura, but something supernatural is up with this.
You'll see Natasha kind of start peeking over at it. Blink, stare. Huh. We should get a closer look. He kind of looks around. I'm going to make sure no one interrupts. If you need any help, if anything happens, I'm right here, okay?
Okay.
She kind of looks at each of you to make sure that you understand to call her if something happens. And then she realizes that Percy's not with the three of you, and Percy has gone to go pull her dog out from underneath, trying to crawl through a tunnel beneath someone's driveway. And she'll kind of go, "Oh dear."
Here we go.
Ready.
The dog's already causing problems.
Already is gonna be a menace.
I will say,
Percy.
Percy, you are able to basically get your dog out from underneath there. She probably just chased. She definitely chased a squirrel out from underneath there, but she kind of got a tiny
Acorn?
bit stuck. That was a squirrel nut. Oh wait, probably, maybe. Who knows? Acorn likes to do the mischief. Now he has
Yeah,
a
Kyle.
dog to mock and tease.
Yeah, Kyle. Yeah, Kyle goes to look at his shoulder because he always assumes Acorn's there. Roz is not there. Like, oh, you know what? I don't have time to look for where he is.
Don't worry. Melano will find him.
So closer investigation, everyone?
Yeah. Let's stay close, just in case. How
Okay.
dark? Like how dark it is? Like, can the other two people be able to see somewhat?
Anyone with heightened senses is able to see because there is a street light a little ways away, and you're able to use the ambient light and it's clear enough that you're able to use the light from the moon and stuff. Those with heightened senses able to maneuver around.
Heightened senses says you can see in pitch darkness. So.
Let me read that.
Page 249.
Yeah. Songbird will be close to one of the two that can see, just because she can't.
Smart.
And hearing that there is movement, I would like to rouse for toughness, just in case something jumps out.
Okay, go ahead and rouse. Okay, yeah, you can see in pitch darkness.
And I don't need scary eyes to do it. Or Protean.
You now have toughness activated.
Mhm.
Are y'all gonna tell Percy what you're doing?
Percy has no way to see in the dark. Percy will just tell Melano to start sniffing and be like, I'm trusting you.
Do we want to like go into two groups, or do we want to stay as one?
I mean, we should probably form two groups in terms of just leading the other person, but we should probably stay close to one another.
Yeah, in Dungeons and Dragons, you never split the party. Where's Percy?
Right
Oh, there
here.
she is. Oh. Okay.
So two groups, but
Okay.
within shouting distance of each other.
Mhm.
Is that what I'm hearing?
Probably a little closer.
Okay.
Just
It's
one of
mostly
us
just
needs
for
in the
the-
dark, leading one of you.
You
Yeah.
also said there was movement, right?
Yeah, some kind of movement. I couldn't tell what it was.
All right. Who appears weaker physically out of the two, Maddie or Cal?
Obviously, Maddie.
One strength! One strength! You could knock her over with a feather.
So Songbird will turn to Percy. Do you want to go with Cal or do you want to go with Maddie?
Percy will recall what Hades said in the car about Tremere. I can go with the gangrel.
Okay, I'll go with Maddie. Do you want me to walk ahead and then you kind of tell me where to go?
You could just take my arm, I guess. I don't know. I'll just lead you. It's
Okay.
what I do with, my old grandma when she couldn't, see. And so she like awkwardly offers out her arm for like Songbird put it on top, and she just leaves it.
Yeah, she'll awkwardly put her hand on top of her arm, like.
I'll just listen to Percy being like, "You just want to follow close to me? We don't got to touch each other."
Yeah. That's a much better idea.
Okay, cool.
Okay. Quick retcon. Y'all are at St. James Episcopal Church Cemetery. Since none of us were able to find what we were looking for, the STs. So we got the name of it, and I have a picture. I have a picture now.
Woo,
Picture time.
Because I'm a very visual learner.
References
are so good.
So
okay.
This
And you
is
said
this
it is
way
overgrown.
Yes, it is overgrown, and the overgrowth is leaning pretty much against the church, and it is kind of hidden in a little bit of ways into the trees. You are able to spot it because of your eyes of a beast.
Mhm.
So we walk towards the overground.
Yeah, we're gonna walk towards that
awkwardly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna start heading towards the thing that's moving.
Okay. So, as y'all are looking around and looking deeper into what is there, go ahead and give me a resolve plus investigation, please.
Oh.
You are allowed
I'm
to add
so
your
bad
heightened
at that.
senses if you have them.
Just
You
heightened
said-
senses or my Auspex rating?
Your Auspex rating.
You said-
If I tell you can use your heightened senses, it means you can add your Auspex rating to the roll.
Excellent.
You said resolve and investigation?
Yes.
Can I argue survival?
Actually, yes, but the difficulty will be a little higher.
That's fine. That's fine. That's way better for me.
Maddie.
You can spend willpower if you
There we go,
want.
Percy.
Sure, I'll spend willpower.
Percy, you don't need to spend willpower. That's a lot of sevens.
That's better.
That is a lot of sevens.
Should go do some slots with all those sevens.
So what I'm hearing is Percy is a 7 confirmed.
See, Percy can roll well on things that he's actually good at. Totally not just that's part of her hunting pool.
Do I need to spend will kindle, or is that good enough?
Oh, I'm not setting difficulties. I'm just telling you
Okay.
how much you're able to find on this. Y'all are good. Oh, Songbird.
The Ventrue are gonna trade off being the lowest rolls.
She not smart.
Okay.
Maybe next time we should bring flashlights.
Well, you do have phones that have a flashlight function.
Yeah.
Y'all just decided to be friends and hold hands.
Listen, Maddie is
Totally.
awkward as heck.
Totally not doing things right now in Songbird's head.
Uh-huh.
You know
It
what?
totally doesn't remind Songbird of someone else she knows.
You
Maddie
know
has
what?
no idea what she's doing. She's just here.
Between that 5 success and that reminder, I'll have to say Percy will pull out her phone and flip on the flashlight because he's not doing all of that friendship business over there.
Okay. So, before these rolls get away from me and beta chat leaves me behind. Songbird. After it's pointed out to you, and you get a look at the overgrowth, as Cal and Maddie have pointed out, you would also see something moving. You're not sure what it is or what it is. It's not that you see something moving, it's just that you see the ruffle of the overgrowth. That's 4, that's 5, and that's also okay. Cal. Actually, I'll get the Cal last because he's doing survival. For Percy and Maddie, as you are looking at the overgrowth, do y'all get close enough to see anything inside of it?
Maddie's a little nervous, but now she's really curious. So yeah.
I think Percy absolutely would.
Okay.
No questions.
As y'all get a little closer, you get this it seems that glow seems to be more reminiscent of bioluminescence than it does actual incredible supernatural thing. But the thing is, there aren't a whole lot of above anything that is not a fungi or that doesn't live under the ground or underground or underwater that has bioluminescence. So as you are observing these and getting a closer look, with your heightened senses activated, you catch this smell. And I'm going to need a composure and resolve for you to resist.
Oh no.
Oh, interesting.
Okay,
Please give me
composure
that roll
and
too as
resolve.
well, Percy.
Oh no.
Because you're also getting pretty close up.
What was it? Composer and what?
Composure and resolve, please.
Okay.
Can you spend willpower?
Yes.
Okay. Nice.
You have spent 2 more willpower.
Yeah, I have 1 willpower
You
left.
have. Yep.
I hope that's not a bestial failure. Oh, Percy.
You bet the difficulty. It's okay.
Okay, good.
Because I made the difficulty 3. I didn't look at any of your rolls before that happened. But I'm gonna give you something extra for your crit.
Yes. I'm
Before I get-
perceptive.
But before we get to that, Cal, as you're not as investigative as your new friends are, but you know plants. As you are looking at these things, with your 4 successes, you are able to determine that these plants are not naturally made. They don't seem like they've come from any kind of any normal GMOs either. They seem to be maneuvering and twisting around a very particular way that you're not really fully able to identify. Because how much occult does Cal have?
9.
Okay, you're not really able to identify what's going on here, but it's not normal, and this isn't how plants act. And the thing is, does he briefly deactivate his Eyes of the Beast because of the sight that he's able to see with people using flashlights now?
Yeah.
Okay. When you deactivate the Eyes of the Beast, you're not able to see the thing that's moving anymore.
Oh, turn it right back on.
Okay. As you are looking at something that is kind of being moved around in this underbrush, in this thing that y'all are looking at. And I'm going to go back to Percy and Madeline as they are very close to this thing. The smell that is coming off of it is intoxicating. It is alluring. And it almost makes you giddy. Like, very close to what could be said for getting high. But as you are looking closer, you can't really see the thing that you see the movement in the plant. You can't see the thing that is being moved around in it. Even with your heightened senses. Are y'all speaking to each other? Are y'all narrating to each other what y'all are seeing and finding? Or are y'all trying to absorb the fact that you are smelling weird things and finding weird plants, and that thing is moving, and the plant is kind of wibbling and wobbling?
Nah, Madeline's an academic, and on archaeological digs, you just always say what you're seeing, so Madeline is giving, like, a play-by-play.
Yeah, Percy is not that, but she's just kind of like, yeah, that's weird.
Yeah. I was gonna say, all of this is unnatural. Doesn't grow like this. And when I turned off my eyes for like a hot second, the thing disappeared, and I turned my eyes back on, I could see it again.
So when you turn off and she'll motion to her eyes, it goes away?
Yeah.
Okay.
I see something moving.
Kendall, did you tell me what I got for my crit, or did I just miss it?
Oh, sorry. As you are peering closer, you would be able to pluck off a sample. You'd be able to pluck off one of the flowers and tuck it into a bag for that resistance. That you'd be able to bring back to study later.
Okay. I guess everyone watches her do that, and she tucks it away.
Yeah.
We can examine that later.
Yeah. Songbird would have instinctively went to reach for her revolver, but seeing that nothing happened to Maddie when she plucked it, as of yet, she'll take her hand away.
Yeah, the bioluminescence, that's just not natural. Not above ground, usually.
Can I make an occult roll since I saw an aura on that, and plants don't normally have auras?
Sure, give me an intelligence plus occult.
Alrighty.
Now that we're closer, can I see what this thing looks like?
Sure. Give me a resolve plus awareness. So, Maddie, as you are looking at these plants, there's definitely something unusual about them. But it's not something you have really studied that much before. Like, there has been some plant stuff that you have heard about amongst the Tremere. It's very specific branches of blood sorcery. And you can't be for certain what it might be, but they usually involve various sources of kindred faith.
Kindred faith?
Usually they are involved with very specific, usually blood sorcery involving plants, links to a very particular religion amongst kindred. But that is not that were not really permitted to look into that.
Out of character, are you referring to the Bahari?
Yes.
Okay.
That is something that she would be able to make the assumption of with her occult role. That she's not really able to identify what this is, because it's not something that the chantry in St. Pete had material on.
Okay.
It doesn't seem quite right, but it is the closest thing that you're able to relate it to.
Okay. I'll wait to talk until after you've done Cal's roll.
Okay. Cal, as you spent a willpower. And your hunger too?
Yes.
Yeah, as you are looking at the getting closer and looking in to see this thing, I will also need you to give me a composure plus result, please. Because you suddenly get hit with that fragrant scent, that alluring scent that this plant is giving off.
Do I need to spend
You're going to want to spend a willpower. Yes.
Godly.
Okay, you have met the difficulty. You're able to resist the smell. But it's alluring. It is very intoxicating. It feels like if you were willingly giving in to this sort of thing, it would take you on quite the trip just from the smell. But as you are looking into this, you are able to see it looks like it is a belt buckle, kind of just being shuffled around the vines and moved about.
Cal's just gonna cock his head. Is it normal for a belt buckle to be moving on its own?
No. I think maybe we should step away from the plants. Their smell's really intoxicating. I can't quite place where this is, but I've heard of stuff like this. Plant magic can be involved with specific blood magic. There's a specific kindred religion involved, but I don't know which one. But this is definitely not good.
Oh, do we want to step back? Maybe ask Miss if what we've learned. Why
Well,
is there?
do you want to take a picture of it?
Yes, I do. Because I'm just like I don't understand it, so I'll take a picture.
Okay. As you get close enough to take a picture, you will see some of the vines kind of recoil at the light.
It doesn't.
And it kind of fills up the area, and it makes some of the shadow within the plant kind of push back. You're able to get a clearer view of the belt buckle as you look at it, and it seems to have some vine engraving, a small flower in the corner.
Does that have an aura on it?
Nope, it's just a belt buckle.
Weird.
Excuse me. Do we want to take that as well?
You know what we said.
I don't know if that thing is the cause or not.
I don't see it glowing, but that doesn't mean it's not dangerous. I would think it would glow. The plants reacted to the light. And Maddie's gonna pull out her phone, turn on her flashlight, and shine it directly at where the belt buckle is to see how much of the plant should get away from it.
The plants don't get away from the belt buckle because it's kind of got like vines going through it, but you do see the vines kind of recoil again from the various light that you shine on it, and there seems to be another resolve plus awareness.
Okay. Can I add heightened senses?
Yeah.
Want adventure? Follow me.
Professor
of archaeology.
Start looking for a stick to poke this with because that seems like a Percy move. Percy would be like, poke it with a stick.
Would Percy like to poke it with a stick?
Please.
Okay. Just a moment.
He's like,
Oh dear.
Okay. You would notice that the shadows are moving on their own.
Oh my gosh. Maddie backs the frick up! The shadows
But
are
they are
moving, the shadows are
recoiling.
moving.
They are recoiling from the light, but they are not moving in a way that a normal shadow would. In
She
response.
still jump. She jumps like a foot back. The shadows are moving.
Percy really wants to poke it with a stick, man.
Okay, Percy, go ahead and give me a dexterity plus athletics.
Oh, good. Not bad. Decent at that. Oh yeah, risk taker. What does risk taker? Does that do?
Don't worry. You are giving in to the flaw, so I'm not making you do the real willpower roll with this.
I completely forgot that I had risk taker. This was just I'm like, seems like the type who would poke it with a stick.
Her character is so reckless. I love her.
I feel like it's all bigger than the pool. So, can I?
You can spend a willpower if you'd like.
Okay.
Oh, Percy!
Okay. You poke it with a stick. the plant seems to kind of like grab the stick that you have. It's not a very strong grip, but it's just kind of there. You feel the strain.
He's gonna fight. He's gonna try and pull the stick back. No,
Okay,
you can't have the stick.
You can do that easily enough.
Okay.
The shadows are moving on their own.
Take this.
So we take a
maybe
photo?
retreat. Yes, just take a photo retreat. Take a retreat.
Yeah. I've read about this. Maybe it's this. I don't want anything to do with this.
You've heard about this before?
Not necessarily. Some kindred have. Wait, no, we're in public. I wouldn't say that word. Some of our people have the ability to manipulate shadows. I don't know if that's what this is, but it's certainly freaking me out.
Okay.
Well,
she'll kind of make herself kind of like a shield between the shadows and Maddie, but like still let Maddie have access to see.
I mean, I'm taller than you, so
it's fine. Her heels are probably sinking into the dirt too. It's fine. Okay. Do we want to report back to Natasha?
Yeah, I'm down for that.
I am curious though if these vines are inside the church building or if they're just outside.
We could.
Do we
Through a
want
window or
to...
something? Is there a window I can peer in that's not overgrown?
Yeah, there's a window that's a little bit away from the overgrowth, but near it.
I would like to go over to the window and, with my heightened senses, look inside to see if the vines are encroaching inside the whole ground.
Okay, I'm not going to make you roll a wits and awareness for that because no, it has not breached the brick.
Okay.
It's not within the church. It is just growing up alongside the church and into the graves.
I don't like that. I don't like the way you said that. Okay, it's not inside the church yet, but she looks at the graves and kind of shudders for a little bit because she's fully aware of that plants will often, use corpses as nutrients, and she's wondering if that's what the plant's doing. Can I roll? I don't know. I don't know about plants. I don't think Maddie could figure that out.
That'd be much more of a Cal rule.
Yeah, I can bring it up.
Yes, you can.
Hey, Cal.
What's up?
There are plants that sometimes feed off corpses of animals and humans and other plants, right? As a form of nutrients?
Can I make the roll? I kind of know that, but at the same time, I don't.
He would already be aware that because you've seen that happening out in the wild with your job because you have been with you have worked with EMS before in recovery of people who've gotten lost in the woods and have seen plants growing through bodies. It's not out of line for what you would know.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, that's the thing. Why do you ask?
Well, the plants are growing up alongside the church building and into the graves. I don't want to disturb anyone's resting place, but I'm wondering if they're feeding off the corpses. This is already a natural plant. It probably needs a food source of some kind.
I mean, some plants do feed off dead flesh. It does give them nutrients, so it's possible.
Is there a way we could find out if these ones are? But I don't want to disturb any grave. I don't know.
The only way we can honestly tell is digging up a grave, which I refuse to do.
Yeah, I don't want to do it either. But I guess it's something we can just note.
Percy immediately perks up a little as that we could do that. I mean, if it'll give us the information we need.
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
I rather go through a way that we can do it respectfully to those that are in their final resting place.
Yeah. You could get bad luck for disturbing a resting place.
I mean, we were told to investigate. This
Yeah.
seems to me like to be the investigation that
We could. There's ways of investigating without, digging up a corpse.
Yeah. We've investigated a lot already. I maybe we should backtrack.
Why don't
we
we?
still need to know why the shadows are moving by themselves and stuff like that. And we have pictures and everything, so we can do research that way and then come back.
Maddie's just casually backing up, like they're not making a decision, but she's getting out of there.
Songbird will ask Maddie, "Can you shine your light on the grapes?"
Sure. And she does so. She picks one particular grave nearby where the plants are and sees what happens.
And
is this a grave where the plants are growing into, or is it a grave that is just near the plants?
Which one did you want me to point at?
Songbird wouldn't be smart enough to say both, so she would probably have said the one with the plants.
Okay. The one with the plants going in.
You would see some of the vines from this plant kind of shrink in the light, but they do seem to be going down into the grave. Mostly, but they are primarily like wrapping around the headstone at the moment. There still do seem to be like tendrils and not tendrils, vines growing out into that seem to be having like taking root down into the soil.
Maddie is smart enough, so she's gonna also try one where the plants are just nearby.
Okay. Nothing happens.
Okay.
It's just you shine a light on the grave, you see a name on the headstone. The plants are not in direct contact with the light, so they don't shrink back.
Okay. Well, Maddie takes a picture of the one with the plants going through it.
Okay. Percy, what are you doing this whole time?
I think since her idea of digging up the graves was shot down, so we'll instead, I think, go up to one of the graves. I guess with the one with the plants are going through, and I guess maybe investigate the headstone. Maybe so you can see maybe who it is. Okay. Maybe that might be.
As Percy, as you are approaching the headstone and the area, give me a intelligence plus investigation, please.
Good. Yes. Go back up here so I can see my. There we go. Intelligence 4. Oh, yep, that's not how you roll. 4 plus 3. I'm assuming profiling doesn't count here.
Nah.
Yeah, I figured, but figured I'd check. Would Melano sniffing around be able to?
Do you want Melano to get close to these plants?
When you say it like that, no. Although I feel like Percy would. Percy would. Sees Humanity 6 and sees using her resources.
Okay. So Melano would be able to give you an assistance dice.
Good. Okay.
As she is sniffing around, it is very obvious she's not getting that close to the plants.
Smart girl. Very good girl.
Good girl.
Ooh, very nice.
All right.
You wouldn't really get much off of the name on the headstone. But what you would be able to get from your investigation looking into what is happening here, you'd be able to confirm that yes, the plant seems to be getting larger and growing out in a more horizontal than vertical fashion, which is kind of strange because even with the sunlight shining, the way the sunlight would shine through the trees, it would usually go upward because the leaves like to catch more of the sunlight. They seem to be heading more into like the shaded areas toward the various graves that are within that and rooting. And that's what you'll be able to get off of your 5 successes. Do you take pictures?
Yes.
Okay.
Everything is making her like, I want to dig it up. Want to dig it up.
You didn't bring a shovel. If you come back with dirt under your nails where your sire is, you think he's going to have a good reaction.
Probably. Is like vibrating with the need to dig it up, but like, no, Hades will be mad. Hades will be mad.
He's more dog than her dog, and her dog is more Ventru than her.
Okay. So, Cal, what are you doing?
He's just keeping an eye out. He's kind of like mood of like, I'm done. I just don't want to be here anymore. Can we hurry and leave, please?
I'm not going to make you roll for it because there isn't much to see as you're keeping an eye out. You would see Natasha. She's occasionally just very politely maneuvering people away as they are walking and kind of just chatting idly. She seems very polite and very sweet with these various strangers that she meets. And it's very much a way of keeping people like away from the church for the moment. You would see Percy and Melano approach a grave and very like start to like get a good look at it and probably it's like very faintly sketch and write things down on a notepad as they are doing it. You would see Maddie and Louise very quickly backing up from the plant because of scary shadows, but they have taken pictures and shine lights on the various graves, and it looks like something is freaking them out, or it looks like something is freaking Maddie out just a little bit.
And
But
Songbird has gone into protective mode.
Songbird is protective.
Playing one int is so difficult.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
Because a small part of her wants to touch the plant just to see what would happen.
Does she know better than to not?
I feel
Probably doesn't help that she saw Maddie get a sample.
Yeah, it really doesn't. So yeah, Songbird's gonna get closer to it, and she's gonna stick her hand out and see what it does. She's not gonna touch it, but she's gonna see if the plant tries to grab her.
Percy is very interested in seeing what happens here.
Okay. Actually, Maddie, this is also triggering. This is also involving your knowledge hungry.
Oh shoot. Okay.
Hey, at least you don't have risk taker in addition to it.
Since you two have, since all of you have already rolled and passed the resistance roll, you would catch that plume. Smell for that scent. You've already resisted it. You don't need to do it again. As you reach out and you kind of touch the plant, the flowers are very soft. The bioluminescence is beautiful. Like the plant is not ugly by any stretch of the term. It is just weird. You kind of see the shift. It is soft. It is inviting, and you kind of see like a shift in color as you reach out and touch it. You can kind of feel it curl around your fingers, but it's not reaching out to pull you in. It's not aggressive by any means. Do you?
Yeah, she's
it
gonna
more?
relay that back to the group.
Mhm.
And she's going to stick her hand in a little more just to see how far the plant will go up.
As you stick your hand in a little more, it kind of like brushes up against your arms, and it doesn't really wrap around you so much as it kind of curves, but doesn't wrap like a bracelet. It kind of goes over you, and as long as you are not, it seems from what you're able to gauge so far, if you are not violent to it, it will not be violent to you. A gentle touch is sometimes necessary with soft things. And that is something that you are able to deeply recognize.
Yup. So she's going to do the opposite motion in reverse, carefully pulling her hand away, just to see.
It won't hold on to you. It will gently brush up against your skin and your arm, but it will let you pull away.
So
you seem to have some like freckles of bioluminescent pollen along your arm.
Oh, that's cool. I think
And Maddie just awkwardly reaches out, like, with the bag as if, like, silently asking if she can put it into the bag as a sip.
if you want to brush it off, you can. I think as long as we don't intend harmful actions to it, we can get close.
That, I don't like that. Mm-mm.
And Maddie, this does not coincide with what you remember learning about those particular blood rituals or the stories of those blood rituals. It's different, because those kind of rituals made a bit of almost violence, or they were more protective as a ritual. So this is new. This is different.
Yeah, I've never heard anything like this. Everything I've heard about blood magic with plants is, it makes them, like, more volatile. A plant that invites you in that seems intelligent-ish, that seems alarming to me. Especially with the shadows. Was it just the shadows of the plant that was moving differently?
It seems to be that. Oh, kind of. It seems to be that the shadows might be part of the plant, but the way they were moving, it wasn't coinciding with the way that the shadows would cast from the plant.
Okay. I think the shadows are part of the plant. Not like kind of like Peter Pan's shadow, it's acting independently, but it's still part of him or it.
Like the movie.
Yeah. It's like teasing him and stuff.
Okay. Do we think we have enough info, or do we want to keep looking?
I think we have enough. I agree with Cal. We should get out of here. Get back to Natasha.
Okay. So do all 4 of you retreat from this area?
Mm-hmm.
You have satisfied
reluctantly, but yes.
That I will say that those of you that with the knowledge hungry flaw, you have satisfied your knowledge hungry with big touching and experimentation. But you will need to further satisfy it with more research on what this is, because this is new, this is weird, this is different. This feels a little. It wasn't even in a Tremere library, so it must be hidden. So as you converge back over to the SUV, you would find you call Natasha back over, and she would kind of look over each of you and just like, okay, we can talk about it on the drive back. And gesture for you all to get back in the car. She's kind of surprised that none of you are overtly dirty outside of Percy, but that's mostly because Percy was down in a ditch trying to pull Melano out from underneath a driveway. But as all of you get in, what do you start telling Natasha?
Info dump. Bodam.
Yep.
Everything Maddie has observed.
Power word blah.
Yes.
Power word blah. Yeah, Songbird's gonna let the smarty pantses explain everything, and then casually mention the thing about the plant, but she's gonna let the geniuses take over.
Or intelligence,
Percy-
maybe.
Percy will be like adding in the info dump.
And Maddie pauses to allow Cal, as the more plant expert, to chip in with what he observed.
Yeah, he'll do the more plant side of this is obviously supernatural, yada yada yada, and then explain what he's figured out in terms of all that stuff.
You tell her about the belt buckle.
Yes.
100%.
And what it looks
That we
like.
didn't feel safe taking it, even though there was no aura. And what it looks like, yeah.
Okay. She's going to pause. Are you sure that's what it looked like?
We took a picture.
Yeah, I took a picture. But yeah, I'm
Okay.
sure.
Do you remember what the leaves on the belt buckle looked like?
Maddie can pull out a piece of paper and quickly draw it for her.
Okay. You have drawn a cannabis leaf. And she will look at it, and she will stare. She's like, okay, thank you for telling me this. We may need to come back here and investigate a little more, but I need to inform the prince. You have done a very good job today.
Do you want the plant sample too, or are you gonna let the Tremere look at it?
I think that that sample is your coterie sample, and you are the four of you are welcome to decide what happens to it as you see fit.
Okay.
If you would like my assistance in any way, shape, or form, that is what I am here for. And I am happy to help and further supply you in any way that I can. Okay?
I'm cool with letting Maddie do research on it.
Okay. As long as the results of said research come back to the coterie and you log it here, I have no arguments about you bringing it back to your sire to assist you in researching.
Okay. I'll bring the information back.
Okay. Thank you so much. And she will start driving back to the Coterie Haven. She seems to have taken a very serious air about her after being told about that belt buckle.
Can I insight that?
You're welcome to.
I would, but I don't have any insight.
Damn.
Can I insight?
Actually, do I have insight? Oh, I have one
Is
insight.
it what's an insight?
No insight.
Since you're doing this on the fly, are you concentrating or are you doing this on the fly?
On the fly.
Okay, yeah, better be a wits and insight.
Yeah,
May I also roll that?
I will
Yeah.
roll it as well.
Whoever would like to insight your shadow, feel free.
Mm.
If you are
Yeah.
concentrating,
Zero
if you
insight.
if you are concentrating, it is resolve. If you're doing it on the fly, it is wits.
Okay.
I'll concentrate. Because that's the better pool.
Do I get to add heightened sense to that or no?
Are you sitting in the passenger seat?
Like the shotgun?
Yeah, are you sitting shotgun?
No, I think the squirrel took it again.
Okay, then I will not allow for heightened senses because I usually allow heightened senses for reading like body language. You can't really get a good clear view of her right now.
Okay. Meh.
Percy is curious, but she has no insight, so I'm not gonna try.
That's true.
At least it's not bestial health.
Yeah. At least it's not that.
Just a little.
He's poor Ventrue.
Actually, that's a social pool. So
Oh
I
yeah,
can
you
add-
get one more.
I forgot I have my thing, so let me just roll one more die.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do that.
Yeah.
I got one.
There you go.
High functioning coming in clutch right now.
Okay, let me roll her masking. She's got 4 in it. That's right.
She rolled higher than me. I am screwed.
I can't wait to tell my sire what's going on.
Imagining everyone trying to incite the shadow, and Percy's like, I'm too low humanity to know this Emotion stuff.
Okay. You have outrolled her. She spent a willpower. The only one that is able to get this is Calvin. She is worried about someone that she cares about. And what you have found seems to be someone that might mean something to her. And it gave her a little bit of hope. But you can't really discern the who or the what or the how because you don't know Natasha that well yet.
Gotcha. We'll keep that to myself for now.
Okay. So she will drive you back to the Coterie Haven. She will drop you off with your various sires to allow you to either log information and the like at the Coterie Haven. There are typewriters there. There's lots of paper and there are folders and there's a massive filing cabinet that she has made sure to be there. There's a pinboard. There's a whiteboard. You can put various theories on. But I imagine that most of you are heading back with your sires. But yes, Songbird.
Oh, I was gonna ask if on the drive back, if Percy is obviously dirty and out of place, if Songbird can hand her a handkerchief and be like, I don't want you to get in trouble.
Yeah, she will take it and kind of just dust it off.
Hey, Percy, also, you want some wet wipes? Always carry on wet wipes, force and all that stuff.
Probably for the better that I clean up.
Right. I'll give over some wet wipes.
Percy will take them and kind of just wipe off the dirt.
Okay. As you have some banter, you start lightening up in the car, and Natasha will deliver each of you to your sires, and y'all can. And I'm going to close that scene out, and I'm going to bring back our illustrious Prince John Sexton if he is available.
Always available.
And if his seneschal is present there, I welcome her as well.
Angry clicks.
We appreciate her angry clicks. And I'm not sure if the sheriff would be in the scene, but if she would like to be, she is welcome to. Natasha, after making sure that all of the fledglings got back to their sires safely and were safely taken out of, made their separate ways out of the Coterie Haven, would make a beeline back to where the prince is. She would call ahead and make sure that he was aware that she was on her way, but they needed to discuss something right away. It was of the utmost level of importance.
Yes, he would, while he is no longer at court, he would simply tell her to just come to his haven.
Okay. And she will drive there. She will knock on the door, wait for permission to enter. I'm not sure if John and Alicia live together in this haven, or whoever answers.
You would find a young woman with kind of mouse brown hair open up the door. Oh, Miss King, the sir informed me you'd be coming. Please come in.
Thank you. Give a polite nod to her.
Natasha would be escorted into what is clearly one of the nicer penthouses in Philadelphia. The windows are UV treated but offer a panoramic view of the skyline from One Liberty Place. And John is seated in his study. Miss King?
Prince
trust
Sexton.
everything.
She would give a polite bow.
Would offer a polite nod in return. I trust everything is going well with your coterie.
Oh, they are exemplary. What I wish to speak with you about, if I may cut to the point, she will pull out a drawing from her pocket and hold it up to him. It is of that belt buckle with the design on it, with the cannabis leaves and a flower engraved on the end. Amongst these plants, if you want to call them plants, a belt buckle was found. This seems to be I'm fairly sure this is Strain's.
Certainly fits the description. And where was this found?
She would relay the church to him. It was found inside of one of these odd plants. The fledglings managed to get a sample. They're going to test it and see what it is, but we're likely going to do further research into it. But if this is related to what happened to Strain or wherever he is, it may be out of our wheelhouse.
To be perfectly honest with you, Miss King, I had hoped Primogen Crisp was simply on a bit of a walkabout, but it is becoming increasingly clear that something far more sinister must have happened to him. I will put all of our available resources on locating and returning our wayward Primogen. For a Rose, he's found something of a soft spot with me.
He is easy to be soft on. And she will kind of look over to the seneschal and then back to the prince. I felt this needed to be told to you right away.
Your speed and attention in this matter is appreciated, Miss King, and I knew from the start I selected the right person for the job. You've done well tonight.
Thank you. In the future, with reports, I will hopefully not disturb you at your haven again. But thank you for your time.
Yes.
She will kind of take a picture of the drawing with that lined up camera that you that she had been also given to the fledglings and set the original down on his desk for future reference.
Thank you. Go in peace, and may the darkness guide us.
Thank you. You as well. And she will give a respectful nod to the seneschal and a murmur in Latin to her. Have a good night.
And the seneschal will nod and hold open the door so that they don't have to summon Ms. Wayne back into the room.
And Natasha will make her way out.
John will scroll down a couple of things on a pad, rip the paper off, fold it up. I should go pay Benny a visit.
There is a series of worried sounding clicks, groans, and gasps.
Yes, yes. We'll warn her too.
Right.
With that, John breezes out.
Okay. And with that, we will end the coterie session of the the first coterie session of the trunk fledglings. And I will dismiss the bots.
Basically open the door and just with this very egregious bow with a sweeping of her arm them into the room. This party's at least half been true. There's going to be some sass.
As they are let in, they basically walk as a group in twos and threes. Sire and child walking side by side, the sheriff at the front. As y'all walk in, y'all are greeted by a room made of completely marble. On the dais, there seems to be a handsome man who looks fairly human, seated upon it with a crown on his head. An 8-foot tall insectoid woman standing behind him, and a beautiful brown-haired woman standing a little ways toward one of the walls. Seems to be wearing this white lacy shirt, but she has not stepped forward and is just kind of watching on at the moment, like she had just stepped back from a conversation. Would Einar and G'day like to describe their John and the seneschal in more detail?
Absolutely. This evening, the prince is looking far fuller of face with a gentle kiss of color to him. He is not looking like the stark white hollow predator that he did during your introductions. His suit is white with light gold accents along the seams, cuffs, collar. His crown is almost an antique gold, large spires. He does still have that long curved blade that hangs from his hip as he rises up from the throne to stand before everyone, leaning on the ebony and silver cane that is cupped gently beneath both hands. His hazel eyes are far less predatory than they were during your introductions, but they do scan over each of your forms intently.
The seneschal stands beside the throne. They are 8 foot tall, with 6 arms, fully armored. Their helm appears to be a dragon with a large grin, hiding the strangeness of the features that some of you would have been privy to seeing at your introduction. In 3 of this figure's 6 arms are a variety of weapons, from a silvered whip that appears to be made of razor blades, to a gilded axe in a sun motif, and a Roman short sword. They are not currently brandishing the weaponry, though it is very clear that they are quite trained in the use of each of the weapons. And they do not move forward when the prince does, instead remaining right next to the throne.
Songbird, as soon as she's entered, she will, excuse me, she will bow and curtsy, and it looks like she has been practicing her curtsy, so this way the slit doesn't have any wardrobe malfunctions, and she doesn't spill out of her blouse. And she will keep her head lowered until addressed.
Maddie quickly follows suit and very nervously, now that she's actually wearing a dress, the curtsy actually works. So she takes up the hem of her dress and curtsies politely and is just kind of hiding behind Islington, but not fully. And it's just there.
This is the first time Cal's seen this in the shock since I wasn't there last time. So Cal is just like, whoa. That out loud, like his face is like, whoa, that's kind of cool. And he's not going to give a real bow. It's very half-hearted because he doesn't know exactly what he's doing, and he just has his hands in his pockets, and he's just like, did I do good, sire? I don't know how to bow.
You get kind of a quick nod from Moon, just because she gave just as much of a half-hearted bow, because y'all have about the same range of etiquette. She has a little more than you, but there's an understanding there.
Well, and he's just gonna nod and look forward.
Percy will kind of make herself look away from the sentences all because he's kind of staring a little bit, but will make eyes with the prince, bow, and step back to stand with Hades.
As each of the fledglings bow, John in turn will tell them that they may rise. And focusing his attention from one to the next, meeting those gazes who are bold enough or polite enough to look him in the eye, and he will offer the friendliest smile a man of his hunger can. He is clearly exerting great effort to keep his fangs retracted. I welcome each and every one of you to my court, and I thank you all for your gracious disarming before entering.
Songbird will say, "Of course, Principe. It's good to see you." And she will maintain eye contact with him until he looks away from her. I would say this color actually makes you look a little bit more warmer today.
Thank you, Piccolo.
And she'll have a little soft smile at that. And then go back to standing next to Gavin.
Yeah, thank you, Prince.
Of course. I would like to take a moment to inform you of what will be occurring this evening. Tonight is a momentous occasion in your unlives. You will be forming together as a coterie. You will be swearing your coterie oath before myself and the court, and you will be introduced to your shadow. I trust that you will all work together in the city's best interests. And I don't know if the ST wants me to post the coterie oath in the beta chat or if they've got it, but
You can do that if you like. You can also say that it is read off, or it's read off once and then they repeat it back to you.
okay. So John would read off the coterie oath. He'd produce a small scroll from his jacket, read off the coterie oath to them, and let them each in turn respond. And as they each finish up, he will give a soft smile again. Let all hear and bear witness that I, John Sexton, Prince of Philadelphia, hear and accept your oath of fealty freely given by the blood and in good faith. In turn, we vow by the blood to defend and support you and yours with word, deed, and force. Those that keep and hold this oath true will be rewarded with our favor. Those that forget this oath and break faith shall be repaid with our judgment and dreadful wrath. Now, arise. May darkness guide and protect us all. And he will motion over to the young woman with brown hair. Please step forward. Introduce yourself to your coterie.
The young woman would step forward and smile warmly at each of the fledglings and then to the sires. Give a respectful head nod to them. She stands about 5'4". She's got like darker brown hair that's tied back into a bun. She's very pretty. She she is trying to exude an air of warmth about her. There are like little finger caps on the ends of her hands, and there is a necklace with a rose with dangling leaves that she is wearing. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Natasha King of Clan Toreador. I will be responsible for you as a coterie. I'm sure we will all get along just fine. Beyond the various mysteries we may look into, I'm also going to be assisting you with your development as kindred alongside your sires. Though not as your sires, of course. I would not want to infringe or disrespect them in such a way. And there is just this. She seems kind. Like there is a warmth about her.
He just gives Kyle just gives a really big smile and just kind of gives a head nod, being like, "I'm excited. I'm happy to be here."
She'll give a smile in return. She doesn't fully expect a lot of verbal response back yet, especially with where they are. And she will look back to Prince Sexton with another nod of deference.
I would like you to consider Natasha an extension of myself. My concerns are her concerns, and her concerns are mine. If there is anything you require from me or my court, do not hesitate to bring them to her attention. And now, I have your first assignment as a new coterie. There are some strange goings on in my city, and I would very much like you to investigate them thoroughly. There is a cemetery just to the west of the Schuylkill River. Your first assignment will be to investigate that particular cemetery. And he reaches again into his jacket and pulls out a piece of paper that has the address on it, hands it to Natasha.
She'll take it.
It is, and I cannot remember the name of the cemetery for the life of me, so bear with me just one moment. It is the Asbury Methodist Episcopal Church Cemetery, located on 33rd Street. I would like to offer you this word of caution, though. If you find things growing outside of your abilities, it is not considered cowardice to disengage and fetch someone more capable. I would not like to see this promising group of fledglings meet their end untimely. That does not mean we are reckless. That does not mean we are unthorough. Natasha may fill you in on the particulars. But in the meantime, I must attend to other matters of state. May darkness guide and protect us all.
Thank you, Your Grace. And Maddie curtsies again.
And this time, the prince offers a shallow, but still respectful bow to those assembled.
Songbird will bow again when he does.
Once
Yeah,
all the
Cal will do
pleasantries,
the same.
once all the pleasantries are done, Moon will start essentially herding people out in a way of not really letting them turn their back completely, but removing them from the room. It's a very strange thing that she is doing. But at the moment, Percy, you feel a strain on that leash that you're holding of Melanose.
Oh.
Melanose is not moving from the throne room. There seems to be a way that she is pointing her nose at the seneschal, and her tail is thumping on the ground. It honestly looks like she's waiting for something.
Percy will kind of pause and briefly tug on her leash before looking at the seneschal curiously.
The 8-foot armored monstrosity does take several steps forward, holding something barely visible in one of her bottom gauntleted hands.
Percy will look a little bit nervously, but still stand at her full height, meager height, and just maintain eye contact with the seneschal, or as close as he can get to eye contact with an 8-foot tall, armored monstrosity.
And the seneschal will kneel and hold out what appears to be a homemade biscuit, and then make a soft sort of come here clicking noise, much as you would make to any dog.
Melano will drag you closer, Persephone, and sit very obediently in front of the seneschal, sniff at the treat, and look up like she's asking for permission to eat the treat.
Percy will briefly let go of the leash and nod to Melano.
Seneschal will offer the treat.
Melano will eat the treat and give a lick to the seneschal's lower hand, wag her tail wagging the whole time, and then return to her master.
And the seneschal will stand and go back to their place right beside the throne, looking like a statue or like someone's idea of... I was going to say gargoyle, but for various reasons, that is a poor analogy.
Oh no.
And now Melano will allow you to take her out of the throne room. But as y'all are all congregating outside of that throne room in the facility of the art museum, Natasha will look over at all of you and kind of just basically call your attention to herself. Before we get started on this assignment that the prince has given you, you have already been given a coterie haven, separate from your sires, in order to conduct your continuous business into this. I have the address for it, and it's already mostly set up, but there are some things that still need to be instituted. She kind of looks around to the sires. If any of you would like to donate anything yourselves to further your child's coterie, it would be greatly accepted. Some of you have already made your donations and such. Our stare kind of moves to Hades in a moment, as I'm going to say that the library is already there. And she will look to Islington, the questioning look.
Yes, I'll be glad to provide warding to the Haven. You should be free from scrying eyes and spirits, or at least somewhat free. And I'll be glad to upgrade it down the road once we've gotten established, as it were. But yes, it's the least I could do.
Maddie gives him a very soft, beaming smile. Thank you, sir.
Also, if you need help with the research, the Chantry's library would be made available if you request it.
You get another polite smile and nod. Thank you so much, Permission.
Of course.
We appreciate your generosity. I will give each of you the address so we can all meet there, and you can get your individual spaces settled into, and then we can start working on our current assignment. Would be given the addresses to the Academy of Natural Sciences of Drexel University.
Like, are we saying goodbye to our sires and then driving over there? Like, what's happening?
Oh no, y'all are able to go there with your sires because I'm going to have some split moments.
Okay.
But when y'all go investigating, they're probably going to be staying at the Coterie Haven to be installing the various things that they are deciding to give to you.
Sounds good.
Each of you are given the address to the university. I imagine a good portion of you probably have your own chauffeurs at the moment. Since 2 of you are Vendrew, I'm not sure. And I'm not going to anyone roll for drive this time.
Gavin drives himself.
Yeah, I'm. Gotcha.
If one of the other 2 non-Ventrues didn't have a ride, Songbird would have probably whispered to Gavin, "Do we want to give them a ride with us?"
They
if
all
you
have
want
their.
to.
What Songbird would notice is that they all have their own rides.
Oh, sad.
Don't worry, you'll get your bonding time soon. And as you all go into your various vehicles to drive to the Drexel University, I'm going to give some time for you to speak with your sires about stuff that has just happened and what you will be getting into. Let's go youngest to oldest again. Maddie and Islington. You'll get into probably a very nice, economical car.
It's actually a Cadillac Escalade that was given to him by Catherine in her will.
Yeah, the man didn't have a car and I was sick of it.
And probably driven by Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry's probably driving.
Did I do well?
You did very well. You were very polite and you were very courteous. Perhaps you could be bolder in the future. You seem very afraid.
Well, very nervous, yes. The prince is the one who holds the right of destruction in the city, and at the seneschal, the seneschal before that was, yeah.
I will make a recommendation to you then. When you find yourself in stressful circumstances, you should pay attention to details. It will give your mind something to focus on.
Okay. I can work on that. I do have a question.
Of course.
Does this mean I'm not living in the chantry?
No, you will actually still be living normally. The coterie haven is sort of a place for you to gather. And if you want to stay there, I imagine there are probably sleeping arrangements on nights that you can't make it back home.
Okay.
And
That's all right.
you will always have a home wherever I'm at, right?
Thank you, sir.
Of course. What did you think of your new coterie mates?
Interesting for sure. I guess I'd look forward to getting to know them. Since we're in a coterie now.
Good. I'm going to give you a project.
Okay.
Think of it as a training exercise. Tell me something about each of your coterie mates after you've spent some time with them that they didn't tell you.
Okay. I can do that. And training exercise in observationals. Okay.
Exactly. Try and figure out how to understand the people you're with without them telling you everything.
I'll look for clues.
Very good. Very proud of you.
Thank you. Do you have any advice for me about all this?
Each of them are going to be uncertain in their own way. You're not the only one who may be uncertain about their place and everything. So be patient with them. Be sure to pay attention. Some will have issues that they will tell you about, and some will not. You need to pay attention.
Okay.
And if you are asked to do anything that you are uncomfortable with, tell me.
I will, and I'll try not to be too distracted by my books when I'm around them. Gosh, even the mic's freaking not picking up my voice.
You're going to be asked to investigate some scary things. Having your head in the book is maybe not the best choice while you're doing that. Also, while I say that if they ask you to do something that makes you uncomfortable, to tell me, be willing to expand your boundaries. You need to stand on your own someday, and this is a way for you to learn how to do that.
I look forward to learning more.
Good.
Okay. And from that, we will move to our second youngest, Cal. Cal, Moon has commandeered your Jeep.
Wow.
She is driving.
Not surprising.
Yeah, it shouldn't surprise you.
He just stares at her for like the longest moment. You can drive?
You sound surprised.
Yeah, I am.
I can shoot a gun too, but I don't own any of them. Get in, you can be my passenger princess.
Okay, let's get something correct. I am your passenger prince. Look at that correct.
I'll get you so many nice pillows too. Just get in.
Okay, I'll get in. You better get me. Oh, you better give me one of those neck pillows. Really like those neck pillows.
She laughs.
But he will collect Acorn first and then get in.
Acorn will.
Also, when did you steal my keys?
You were too busy clenching your butt so tightly closed that your pockets were easy to get into.
I have all the questions, but I really don't want answered.
You already asked. There's like a pat to your shoulder. As you call for Acorn, there's like some chittering. There's a faint sound of like metal clinking, like very light metal clinking against each other, as Acorn runs back with looks like something in his mouth.
God, why? Why? What did you steal this time?
Very stubbornly starts shoving it into his cheeks.
That doesn't work. I saw it.
He skitters into the Jeep and hides under one of the chairs.
Okay, bet you're not getting your favorite peanuts later.
There's some argument from under the seat of, yeah, I'm going to find them.
You can think you can find them. I hid them very well this time.
My nose is better than yours.
Fine, then I'm putting them in a lock safe. You can't pick a lock.
Yes, but I can probably break one.
Why do I kind of believe that?
Because you know me, and I'll do it.
There are so many questions. You know what? It's gonna get caught. It's gonna not exist.
Okay. As y'all are driving, as Moon is driving toward the Drexel University, is there anything on Cal's mind as they're going?
Oh, in the shop. Like, he's just so curious about the Seneschal. It's just like the vibe. He likes it a lot. He just really wants to talk to the Seneschal. He realized that's probably not the best idea, but he kind of focused on it. And then he realizes, like, wow, my coterie is hot. How do I feel about this?
Is he saying any of this out loud?
It's all over his face. It's kind of very obvious. He doesn't know how to hide things.
Penny, for your thoughts? You look constipated. I don't think we can do that anymore.
Yeah, we can't do that anymore. The Seneschal, he looks really cool.
Oh yeah, with all the arms. There's the chittering from underneath the chair. Did you say hi to the nice arms lady like I asked you to?
I don't know. How do you know, though?
You already said you don't want to know all the answers.
I asked this one.
I just kind of ran into them. They're really nice, and they gave me nuts. It was really nice, and they tasted good.
Okay.
And they introduced me to the raccoonian, and I met other rats. And now
I'm gonna have
hustle them.
Definitely gonna have to have a talk with super nice armor lady with. How does she have so many arms?
For hugging.
For what?
She has so many arms for more hugging.
That's so adorable. Now I want to hug her. She might kill me, but I think it'll be worth.
Yeah, the Acorn sounds extremely sure that the multiple arms are for better hugs.
There. Kyle will look to his side. So, what you think of the coterie people so far?
She'll kind of tilt her head from side to side as she thinks about the question. A lot of untrue. There's a Tremere.
There's a lot of untrue.
I think you're going to have to be the reasonable one amongst them, because I don't think many of them have much in the way of real world experience.
Outside, I gotta be the reasonable one. I don't want to be the reasonable one.
It is frequently the burden of the quote-unquote low clans.
Wait, are the Tremere, right? Are they high clan or low clan?
If you ask them, they're high clan.
But
I
what are they
couldn't
really?
say, and I'm not really sure. I don't really care. They may as well be the dirt on my boots as far as I'm concerned.
Didn't both clans kind of like wrong us?
Yeah, varying degrees, yeah. They're both kind of sucks on our teeth. They both think that they're better than they are. You will have to I think the best way to say that is be patient with them. Because that kind of ego makes people not too bright.
Be the down to earth one. Gotcha.
But yeah, some of them were kind of weird. Like I'd never seen Ventru babies like that before. Usually they have already got the stick shoved so far up their butts that I can see it coming out of their mouth. But those two seemed kind of loose. And that Tremere seemed nervous. But they have
I thought she
the
was going
type
to start
sires,
crying.
so it should work.
That's fair. I really thought she was going to start crying. Just straight up start crying.
Probably. That makes sense. The city doesn't like Tremere that much.
That's fair. Well, this is going to be fun, I think.
You need to be careful. They may seem out of type for what they are. They're still Ventru. They're still Tremere. They're still going to try and subjugate and use you in a way. Because it's what their blood calls them to do. They may think they're above their beast in that way, but they are by the blood manipulative.
So I gotta be more feral when I need to be.
You just need to be aware of what they're doing and of what they will ask you to do. And what you feel like you need to do for them.
Dope.
Sometimes
Full conversation.
sometimes ineptitude makes you feel like you have to make up for their faults. And it makes you subjugate yourself without them having to do much work. You gotta mind yourself.
No one's
and
dog.
Mind them. Exactly. You're no one's fucking dog. Except mine sometimes. Then again, you have to learn how to kick my ass first.
Soon. You know what? I'm just gonna take a steel chair and just smack you with it. It's probably not gonna do anything, but I think it'd be funny.
You are welcome to try.
And now I want to like take a chair and hit it with you, so I can have like a memorial in my house of something I hit you with. So this has your shape.
You're a weird kid.
Okay, let's be fair. You didn't get to know me before you made me.
Yeah, well, you're a fighter. Didn't need to know much more than that. And I kind of did. She kind of reaches over, pats your shoulder lightly.
That's not creepy at all.
You'll find that I am the least creepy thing about the world around you. And from that, we will fade to Persephone and Hades. Y'all are in a very subtle, very black luxury car that is armored It's an SUV, and it is being driven by that man. It is the same car, and it is the same driver that was being driven to. That drove you to the place. You've given them new directions of where to take you now. I will
Yeah.
let you carry that on.
Hades sits in the back, one leg over the other, his cane across his lap. Looking forward, but obviously speaking to Percy. The first thing he says is, "So, what do you make of them?"
They're they're an interesting bunch. Not too sure what I make of them yet. The little Tremere girl. She looked very afraid of everything.
Timid one.
Nice to have another Ventru in the group.
You see Hades' jaw clench. He does his best to hide it, but it's almost reflexive. Yes. Watch out for that one. In my experience, when a member of the clan of King relies on someone else's pocket to fuel them through their unlife, they're often found lacking and wanting when it comes to character and ability to stand on.
Makes sense.
But you are a Northean. You're a proud line. We've always led from the front. I would like to see you do this. Show them the way. Show them why we are destined to be at the head of Kindred society.
Of course.
I would warn you against that Tremere, though. The Tremere are not to be trusted. They already betrayed this city once and almost burned it to the ground alongside a mad Ventru. Even further back, they usurped their own way into the blood to begin with. They are not true chosen to wield. They stole what they have. They will steal from you the first chance that they get.
Alright. She looked very, very timid, but I'll keep an eye on her.
I know you will. Continue to be wise. Be swift in your actions.
Keep an eye on the Ventru and don't trust the Tremere. What about the other guy, the gang girl?
Not often you see one of them pledging an oath to the tower, into a coterie much less. I think I reserve judgment for that. I'll wait and see what you say of him. But
Alright.
make wise choices like I know you can. Be swift in your action. Prince Sexton has lost enough already. He will not tolerate failure. He will sacrifice those failures before he loses more. Don't put yourself in that position. You are worth far more than that.
Of course. Yes, sir.
There you go, Kendall.
Okay. And the scene will fade out to there. To the oldest of our coterie. Louise, you are riding with Gavin.
Am I a passenger
Gavin?
princess, or did Gavin let her drive?
I don't
Oh
think
no,
I'm
Gavin's
drive.
driving.
Okay.
Gavin doesn't let anybody drive the Hornet, but he's got the 8-track tape going, and he's basically listening to Thurston Harris, the little bitty pretty one. I put the
Yes.
song in
She probably would have been humming along to it.
Oh, he's straight out singing to it. But after a little bit, once the song like gets to a particular point, he'll stop and he'll be like, "How you doing, Sweetums?"
I'm doing okay, Orande.
So, what do you think of your new pals that they're putting you with?
Well, there's another Ventru.
Yeah. Right proper Ventru, it almost seems like. Complete with the
With the
Gavin.
sword?
Yeah.
She'll kind of let that trail for a second. The Tremere, her name was Madeline, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
They'll be kind of, back in Chicago, Prince Jackson had a pretty intricate alliance of the other clans. Had to rebuild after Loden disappeared or died in the 90s. We've outreached and built alliances with Nosferatu, the Tremere, the Toreador, all that. You got a wide variety of people to work with there. Now, what's Gavin taught you? Trust but verify. These kind of people, they're kindred, monsters just like us. But they, gotta be cautious with them. Make sure that you don't give more than you get. And just you be careful with those oaths, okay? When you swear a coterie oath, if you get yourself in trouble, that gets the entirety of the coterie in trouble. And they'll most likely go after your shadow first before they go after you. And Miss Natasha seems like she's a nice lady, so don't you give her any more trouble than what she already is doing, taking all of you on.
Is that an order?
Sweetums, I don't want to order you around. Please.
I'm just asking if that's just advice or if that's an order.
It's advice.
Okay.
Anyway, but I think that they're a good group. They seem like they're a good group. What do you think?
I can't wait to get to know them all.
I mean, yeah.
Are gangrel common in this city?
Probably. I don't know. Unfortunately, back in Chicago, gangrel are not all that common. They either all went north to Milwaukee and serve underneath Prince Decker, or they all went to the winds, either becoming anarchs or Atarchus or whatever. So, yeah, you probably don't have a lot of experience with gangrel, do you?
I mean, if I've ran into one, they didn't make it known.
I've had experience with gangrel back before they left the before they left the tower. They're good guys. A lot of them got screwed by Loden during the war with the Lupines in 94 or 93. And just overall, they've gotten themselves the shaft when it comes to the tower. Kind of rough for them. But if you get the loyalty of a gangrel on your side, never look that gift horse in the mouth, because seriously, good buddy in the gangrel side will go a long way for you.
I will keep that in mind. I'm guessing I shouldn't talk about my lineage with him then. It might upset him.
He might not exactly know, unless he's from the Chicago area. Not everybody's going to know everything about where it is that you're from or who you're associated with. They're going to know the highlights. They're probably going to know both the good, the bad, and the ugly when it comes to where you're from, who you are, and whatnot. It's going to be up to you, Sweetums, to prove them wrong. Because you're better than all of the things that they say about us.
Yeah.
Good. Anyway, by the way, killer dress tonight. I am absolutely stunned and awe by it. And also, I'm really proud of you, Sweetums.
Thank you, Fratello. Fratello. That means a lot.
And then he'll switch to the next 8-track and then basically continue driving them along.
Can I crack the window and...
If you need one, go ahead.
And she'll pull out a cigarette and crack the window and light it up as she just lets the music take over.
As all of you drive, you eventually, one by one, end up in the parking lot, the back parking lot of the Academy of Natural Sciences of Drexel University. It is a museum of natural sciences, and it has all sorts of exhibits. It has these full exhibits of like skeletons and a lot of archaeological finds, and various natural stuff that you're able to look into. It is mostly the primary exhibits that y'all would walk into as you go in is that there are a lot of skeletons of various dinosaurs.
It is taking everything inside Maddie to not stop at every single exhibit and just start soaking in that knowledge.
As y'all continue walking in and looking around, y'all are led by Natasha. She is kind of just like pointing out some of the exhibits. She seems to be just as excited about them as you are. Like, she really enjoys this kind of stuff. It's very much in the way of indulging, like, yes, we are going to be staying in this museum. This museum is going to be our domain. We're going to take care of it. We're going to make sure that it's safe, and we're going to nurture it into something amazing. And she would continue to lead this large group of kindred into basically the stairs that go down into a basement portion of the museum. You start to go into restoration rooms, classrooms. You pass by those places, you would see where they would store exhibits and other artifacts that they have, and other places of where they would test other natural sciences. There is a large portion of it that is just for geology and other various sorts of that. And y'all go down to another staircase and go even further down. And then once you get to the bottom of that, she leads y'all down to a hallway. She types into a code into a door at the end, after kind of leading y'all through a bit of a maze. Not really much of a maze, just a couple of different turns. and it opens up wide into what was probably a large storage room for a lot of exhibits. Like, it's very long, and it's very wide, and it seems to have a lot of different rooms within it. But she will kind of gesture around. I've managed to turn some of this into a livable space for us. Not completely where you can just come in and live every time, but you each have your own little cubby holes. I've got this nice table set up, a lot of pin boards and markers and whiteboard, and I got a. This place actually has a shower, so that's great because I know this can get really dirty. And yeah, she kind of shows you around. It has like basic amenities. It doesn't seem to have any real ventilation down here. But y'all don't really need ventilation.
The familiars do.
It has some ventilation, but it's not as well ventilated as the rest of the university. She will point to you, Songbird. Yes.
So no smoking down here, correct?
I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay.
But there are places to smoke upstairs and outside. And if you need a private place to smoke, we can probably make one as we continue with this brewery.
Oh, I was just curious, is all.
Thank you. I think this is a great place for a haven.
There's enough room
Yep, this is really cool.
Thank you. And she would show you each the like little cubby holes. They're basically like closets